If you've been looking for a way to generate infinite traffic and leads, this is the greatest loophole on the internet right now. In front of me here, I have a server running with thousands and thousands of messages being sent every few minutes. And inside of today's full course that I'm giving you for free, I'm going to show you step by step how to do what I'm doing here to generate thousands and thousands of leads every single day on autopilot. Now, this video is actually part of a full free checklist that I'm giving you. And if you want access to this full free checklist and you want to support what I do me a favor, drop a comment, leave a like, and subscribe on this video. And I'm going to give you access to this full free checklist. And by the way, if you haven't watched part 1, I would recommend go and watch part 1 because this actually shows you what you need to understand in order to sell what we're going to be selling with these robots that we're going to be setting up for you. Now, again, this is a full 4-hour long course. I'm going to show you how I do everything in this massive video. Look at this, 4 hours long. And this is going to be probably the most comprehensive program you're going to see when it comes to the tool that we're going to be using in this video. So I'm going to be leaving resources as well in the description so that you can get access to whatever you're going to need. And also, there's actually a few different things that are that's going to be happening in this video. The first thing is I'm going to be showing you a few replays on live Zoom calls I did, walking you through everything in this system in a group environment. And then halfway through, I switch over to a good friend of mine, Ryan Borden, who actually taught me this whole system, and he shows you how to do all of the more advanced and technical things when it comes to reaching out to businesses with this system. So I hope you're excited. And if you are, again, do me a favor, drop a comment, leave a like, and subscribe. And pretty soon here, we're going to be editing all of these videos together. I'm actually in the process of editing all of this. And there should be about a 20 to 30 hour long course that I'll be giving you. And if you want to access that, again, just let me know in the comments, and make sure you join our full free group as well, so you can come hang out. And we actually give away money in the group as well to people that are taking action. And all you have to do is just do hashtag daily win. You can say whatever you're doing to take action and you get entered to win. All right, let's dive into the full course. Now, what we're going to show you how to do is we're going to show you how to set this up for yourself or set this up for others, because this is a thing that you can either sell as a service or it's something that you can, just run your own offers on. And this works for affiliate. It works for building an email list. It works for pretty much anything that you can imagine. Essentially, all we're doing here is we're doing cold email outreach, but we're doing it in bulk. And the appeal with contact forms is that when you're doing regular email, right? When you're just going and doing regular email outreach, the problem with regular email outreach is that it's very likely that you're going to hit the spam filter at some point very quickly. Okay. So you'll send out 10 or 20 emails, maybe 100 emails. And then all of a sudden nobody's opening your emails because they hit the spam filter. With GSA, the cool thing about GSA is that what we're doing, let's just imagine we went to, a website like this, and we, wanted to contact this business and offer them, web design or an SEO audit, or even maybe the infinite lead service or system. We could go in here and we could go fill this out, right? So I can go fill it out, Chase, my name, message. Hey, we saw some issues with your website. Get back to us if you'd like to know what they are, right? We click on submit. Now, if we went and did this to, 100 websites, that would probably take us like 30 minutes to an hour, right? Well, with GSA, we can do this at a way, way faster rate. So you can see all these numbers going up here. These are all contact forms. In the green, they're all contact forms getting sent by our robots. And so we actually have the ability to do this with millions and millions of websites. Okay, so if I go and show you these over here, looks very disorganized. But what this is basically chunks of millions of website contact pages that we can send messages to. And so if we wanted to, we could go and set up an automation that goes and sends 14 million messages. Now, are we going to get all 14 million messages sent? Probably not, because here's the thing. Contact forms, there's always new contact forms being added to the internet every day, and there's also them being taken away. Okay, so the problem with contact forms is that when you set them up, you're not always going to get 100% success rate. Okay, even if you scan 1,000 websites that have contact forms that you can send messages to, it could be the next day where you can only send 500 messages, just because for all we know, they added a captcha, they added they took that page away, they changed the page. So just know that if you don't ever see a 100% success rate, or you start sending a bunch of messages and you see all these red that say failed, that's part of this. It's not like a bad thing. That's just what happens with contact forms. Okay. But ideally you want to usually look for about a 50-50%. Okay. So if you can get a 50% success rate, you can see we're running about probably 40% here. We've already sent, just for this one offer, 363,000 messages. And 461,000 have failed, right? Now, think about this though. How long would it take you to go and fill out 363,000 contact pages and send messages? Pretty long time, right? It's going to be ridiculous. So it's basically impossible. And so the cool thing about this is that, for a pretty low amount of money, like to run this, I mean, you can get away with running this for probably under $100 a month. But the thing that you have to consider is the speed at which you run this. Okay, so we'll talk about how to optimize this, how to run this more quickly, how to you can set up multiple servers if you really want to. Like we had 6 servers at one point where we were sending millions of messages with every single server. We'll get into all of that, but I just want to show you like kind of what you're about to learn. Chase, is GSA your software? No. Definitely not. It's a software that was made by a few guys in, I think it was Sweden. Do you have the contact form list? No. So I'm actually or not a vendor. I buy from a vendor. I buy from a guy named Ryan, and we'll talk about that in a little bit. I'll also talk about how you can scrape your own contact forms, because you don't necessarily have to buy them if you don't want to. First of all, let's talk about, before we go into actually setting all this stuff up, let's talk about what you can actually sell with this, and kind of what we've been able to sell, and what I've been doing like in the background to basically just run tests 24/7. So what I do is I just gather data for us, because for me, I don't really need more leads. I already get over like 1,000 leads a day. That's not to brag. I'm just saying, like, I have more leads than I know what to do with. And my goal is for you guys to have the same problem. Okay. What can we sell with this? All right. Now I want to ask you all a question before I tell you what you can sell. Let me ask you guys, what do you want to sell? What are some things that you are interested in doing with these leads? Like if you could get any lead for whatever you want, what would it be for? Just put in the chat. Just interested to see. Google search leads, want to sell them. Okay, sell the leads, got it. Affiliate links, make residual income, got it. Cool. Insurance sales, got it. Affiliate offers, business software, got it. Maybe high level. We'll never know. Finance offer. Okay. Services. Whatever scales the fastest. ClickBank. Cool. Bookkeeping. Okay. Cool. So lots of good stuff. All right. Now here's the thing. We can sell, like I said, anything we want, but it does depend on the angle. Okay. So here's what I see. When I see people that are successful with GSA, they all have something in common. And the thing that I see people that aren't successful at GSA, they all also have something in common. Does anybody know what it is? The people that win versus the people that lose with this tool. Anybody know? The offer. Yep. Dunk got it. Yep. Simple. And also Melissa got it too. Simple. So I want you guys to think about this, right? You're a business owner and you get somebody sending you a message to your website, and it says, "Hi, my name is Jonathan, and I have this offer, and and the reason why it's cool is because 10 years ago, what are you gonna do? You're gonna close that, right? You don't have time for that, right? So ideally, you want something quick. The people I see win the most with this tool. It's short and it's sweet. It's just simple, right? Hi, there's something wrong with your website. You want me to send you what it is? That's it. Sending messages like that get better results than anything, because it gives people the ability to read it quickly and just respond with a word. And if somebody responds with a word, like the word yes, now we have the ability to market to that person. And so all we have to do with this tool is get people to take the bait. Okay. Once we get them to take the bait, we now have them as a lead, and we can throw them into an automated system like High Level that follows up with them and books appointments and does all the cool stuff. But our job with this tool is not to get people to buy things, not right out of the gate. Okay. Everybody thinks that they're going to just go and send millions of messages and they're going to send their offer to all these people, and everybody's going to want to buy their offer because it's such a good offer. And maybe they will at down the line, right? It is important to have a good offer, like Dunk said, but if they don't take the bait, we'll never sell them. Okay. Because you got to realize, like, think about door-to-door sales. If you went knocking on doors and you went to all these people and randomly knocked on their house and just started giving them your whole life story, they would tell you to leave. They'd be like, dude, what are you doing here? Get out of here. Right. But if you get in there and you just give them a quick, hey, how's it going? I saw something wrong with your house. They're going to be like, wait, what? What's going on? And now you have a way to start a conversation. And so what we're trying to do is we're trying to get our foot in the door so we can start the conversation. So now we can warm them up and sell them on our opportunity. But if we can't get them to take the bait, we're not going to sell anything. Okay. Does that make sense? Now, I've been able to make sales just brute forcing it before. Okay. So what that means is, like, I've sent, let's say 10, 20 million messages about an affiliate offer and just sent people straight to an affiliate link. And it made sales. I think one of the offers I did recently, I don't know, made a few $100s in Warrior Plus sales on affiliate. But the problem is, do you want to waste 10 to 20 million messages to make a few $100? Probably not, right? Like, you want to use your system for, if you're going to be sending that many messages, you want to really, be able to extract quality leads out of that. And so some of the tests you'll run, like you'll run a test, you'll send millions of messages or thousands of whatever you send, and you'll be like, gosh, I didn't get anybody responding. And usually the reason why is because you didn't have very good bait. But then you put in the right bait, and now all of a sudden you get thousands of people responding. Okay. So if it doesn't work for you right out of the gate, don't get discouraged. Just realize that you have to be good at figuring out angles and testing different angles. And something that's going to work for an affiliate offer is not always going to work for something like a service offer. Okay. Because there's different ways that you have to do this. Okay. And I'm going to talk about some of the most successful tests that I've ran, and I'm going to talk about some of the worst tests that I've ran. Okay. Now the best test, I'll just give you right out of the gate. The best test I've ever ran. And actually, let me tell you a story here. I wish Ryan was here. I don't know if Ryan's here. I don't think he is. But when I first met Ryan's the guy that I actually buy the contact forms from, and I learned a lot of this stuff from. He's freaking a genius at GSA. But when I first met him, I got contact forms from Ryan, and I said, hey, do I just load these into GSA? And he said, yeah. And I was like, okay, cool. So the first message I sent to like 2 million, or it was like 5 million websites, was, it was a joke. I literally said, your cat is in my driveway. Get it out. And I sent that to 2 million websites. And you should have seen how many responses. That was actually probably one of my best experiments, just from a response standpoint, because people just thought I lost my mind. They thought I was like their neighbor, and they were like, I don't have a cat. You can go F off, stuff like that, right? It's really, really funny. But I got all these responses that I told Ryan about, and he thought it was hilarious because he's never seen anybody use contact forms that way. But then the second test I ran, I think it was like some long offer. I was doing like a, hey, this is who we are. This is what we do. Here's our website, all this stuff. Didn't get any responses, right? And I'm like, I guess it only worked for like funny offers. And then the more I experimented with it, eventually I found something that worked really well, which was actually offering a website audit. There's something you can do with this, by the way. You can actually angle this into an affiliate as well, even if you don't do like services. And I'll talk about that. But we got about 50-50 here. Okay, so one of the things that I did that did really well, because we're reaching out to website owners, right? Was I was saying, hey, there's something wrong with your website. Do you want me to send you a report? And something like that. Hey, there's something wrong with your website. Would you like me to send you a report? So when I did that to a few million people, and that got a lot of responses, like a ton. Now, if you, for example, didn't want to do a service, you wanted to do an affiliate, you could actually send them to a tool. There's tools out there like SEMrush and different affiliates where they'll actually do a report, and then they can go DIY the thing if they want to go and diagnose their own website. But if you're offering a service like a done for you, then you could actually do the report for them and then get them on the phone and try to sell them. So just know that there's plenty of different ways to angle this stuff, whether you're doing, services or affiliate or whatever you're doing. But again, the idea is getting your foot in the door, right? And so this first thing gets your foot in the door really easily. And then you're going to be the one to decide, because look at how many people are in this class already. Some people want to do affiliate. Some people want to do, services. Some people want to do lead gen for, different types of companies. And so it's going to be up to you to figure out what that bait is and how you're going to angle it. Okay. Because there isn't really a one size fits all option. Okay. So let's get into, let me just show you. Let me show you this. I got a few different email inboxes here. Now, ideally, in order for this to work, we're gonna need some sort of alias. Okay. So the reason I recommend an alias is because you're not going to want to send out millions of messages on, behalf of your name, right? If Dunk went out and just said, "Hey, it's Dunked," and sent that to 15 million people, that might not end well for Dunk. So usually I recommend that we have some sort of alias. So here's an alias we made. It's really simple to make a Gmail, right? Hey, it's BobbyRyan@gmail.com. Doesn't really matter what you put. We can use a random name generator. But let me show you this. So you see this inbox. This was something that we ran, I don't even know. It was a while ago. But look at can you guys see the top right up here, what it says? See that? 81,000. That's how many emails are in this brand new burner Gmail. Not brand new, but, we created it and we didn't have any prior emails going to it, right? So 81,000 responses. Now, here's the thing. When you do contact forms, you're going to get a lot of responses from just, auto responses, right? People are going to say, or websites are going to say, "Hey, thanks for contacting us. We'll get back to you," right? You're going to get a lot of responses like that. But you're also going to get, hopefully, some leads. Now, if I go to important here, check this out. 1,111 important. Okay. Now, the way we actually have this sorted is actually with Google's AI. And if you guys don't know about this, if we go into settings, we can turn on important labeling. If we click on show markers here, and I don't know if the team they might have just manually done that. I mean, that's pretty weird. But I guess they weren't turned on. But markers will actually automatically mark the things that it deems as relevant. And so I found that this is probably the best way to just see the actual responses. And now you will get some responses that are not, that are still auto responses. But let me show you this. So 111,000 in the important. So this one email here, you can see, "Hey, it's BobbyRyan@gmail.com. Message, I've got some leads that are interested in your company. Who or where can I send them?" So this was another test we ran, right? This was just a lead generation offer. And the way we can actually angle this one is we can say, "Hey, if we get on the phone, right? Hey, Roy, we got leads for your company. And we have a few different ways that we can provide them to you. Do you want us to go over these options?" And then we can actually offer them 2 different ways for them to actually generate leads. The first way is we can use a tool like Customers AI, them 500 leads for free on their website by putting a pixel on the website. So that's a free offer we could give them. And then the other way would be that we actually set up something for them like the infinite traffic system. We could actually set them up with their own server that will send messages for them once we learn how to do that, obviously. So this is just an example of something that you could actually offer. Now, do you have to offer this? No, I'm just showing you an angle, right? But look at this. So this person said, "Yes, please send them here." And then I could say, "Hey, here's my phone number. Let's get on a call or a Zoom so I can show you the leads," right? And then you would just break down how it works. Let's go through some of these. Here's another one. "Hello, what are you looking?" So I don't really know what they're asking me. But if we keep going through, look, here's another one. "Sure, please send me on this email." And so these are all legitimate website owners, right? That are responding, "Yes, please send me the leads," right? And so we got them to take the bait, and now we just have to get on the phone with them. Look, we even got a phone number right here. And this is 111,000 people, right? Give or take, some of them are auto responses, but these are 111,000 different people that are leads that we can now contact that we didn't previously have, right? Do you see the power of this system? Does everybody understand what's going on here? Give me a 1 or a yes. How much would you package this as a lead generation? I mean, like I said, you could sell this for a $297, price point. You get enough people saying yes, you could raise the price based on supply and demand. How can we respond to all these people? I'm going to show you, because what we can do is we can actually use an extension called Mail Meteor to actually export all these leads, throw them into high level, and actually automatically respond to all of them. But we're not there yet, okay? So just bear with me. I'm showing you how this works, and then we'll get into the technical, okay? So step number 1 on this checklist is we need a Gmail. Okay, so we actually should put this up here. I'm going to put that there. Set up Gmail. Now, as we go through this, you're just going to go through and check this stuff off. And again, if you don't have the checklist, I'm going to throw it in here again. But you're just going to follow along with the checklist. And hopefully you'll be set up pretty quickly here, okay? So set up Gmail. That's the first thing, okay? Can everybody set up their Gmail? I'm going to assume yes. I don't think there's going to be any objections here. Yes. Tina says yes. Jacob says yes. Cool. Awesome. Sweet. Okay. So everybody's going to set up their Gmail and they're going to turn on those markers. Okay. Now, remember, call it whatever you want. I would just recommend, go look up random name generator, have a random name generated. Melissa, you are raising your hand. There you go. Oh, I accidentally muted you. Sorry.
Oh, that's so funny. Quick question about the Gmail. Have you noticed in your testing that it's made a difference if you use a free Gmail or a paid Google Workspace plan?
Yes. So here's where things get interesting. If you're gonna, so in the past, as I showed you this, right? I was like, how do I respond to all these people just in Gmail? That's how you get banned, right? Especially if you just have a personal Gmail. If I went and I started like just taking all of these and just started bulk responding to them, I would basically instantly get banned by Gmail. And the reason why is because I don't know. Gmail doesn't like that.
They have limits. They have like daily
Yes.
Receiving and sending limits.
Yes, exactly. And also some of these people will respond and say like, this is spam or something, right? And so if you create a G Suite, which I've done in the past, where I've bought, like the upgraded G Suite where you can up the limit, it still doesn't seem to matter because when you send enough emails through G Suite, maybe it's a little bit more, you still get that account banned. And so you're way better off setting up high level, because high level, you can send up to 5,000 emails a day with a basic account. And you can even sync it with your Gmail. So in my opinion, don't do it through Gmail. You do it to retain all the leads and to filter the leads with the AI sorting and then port it into high level, which we'll talk about. Yeah. So anyways, you guys are here because I'm teaching you all my mistakes, okay? There's a lot of things that don't work with this, and I'm trying to help you guys avoid those things. All right, so set up Gmail. That's done. We're all good on that. Okay, next, there's a few different ways to do this, okay? Now, there's the cheap way where you don't have to really pay that much more money, and you can do this, for as affordable as possible. And then there's, a little bit more expensive. And then, eventually, if you want to go scale to the moon, you can make this a lot more expensive. But we're going to talk about the cheapest way possible, which is just running GSA on your own computer. Okay. Now, that's up to you if you want to do that. I will tell you that when you run GSA on any computer, it is going to take up resources. Okay. So if I go look at my task manager, this is actually a server here. Okay. If you want to rent a server, you can get away with renting them for, not that much. But what's going to happen is I don't want GSA running on my main computer, because what's going to happen is I'm going to have to not be able to use that computer while it's running because it takes up a lot of resources. Let me show you this. Task manager. But if you want to go the more affordable route, you can use your own computer and not rent a private server, which a private server is just really a private computer that you can connect to. But here you can see we're running about 40% of our CPU, 30 to 40%. And our memory, this is our physical memory, our RAM, is at about 97%. So, that's not ideal because we're basically maxed out on our computer. And ideally, the more RAM, and usually the RAM is going to be the bottleneck, but the more RAM you have in a computer, the faster you can actually send these forms. And it also depends on the amount of proxies you have, which we'll talk about. But just know that if you're running this on your own personal computer, like let's say you just open this up right now on your own computer, the one that you're on, you're not going to really be able to do anything else, right, while it's running, which is fine if you don't care. Like, let's say you just want to set it and forget it at nighttime. You wake up in the morning and you use your computer again, okay? But if you want to use a server, you can use this link, okay? So this is called Solid SEO VPS. That's what I'm using right here. And I believe I asked them for a coupon code, and I think they gave us a coupon code so that you can actually even use that. Let me see if I can get that for you really quick. But just out of curiosity, just to ask you guys here, give me a 1 if you're planning on running this on your own computer, or 2 if you're planning on running this on a server. Okay, 2, lots of 2s. Okay, good idea. Again, I'm just giving everybody the option. I'm trying to give like the cost efficient way as well. But yeah, use the link in the checklist. And by the way, here's the other cool thing about this is that when you're doing this, let's say you start setting this up for other people, you can become an affiliate as well for all these things, right? So let's say you generate, 1,000 leads like this of people that are interested in your lead system, and you're planning on selling them the infinite traffic system, right? To set this up for them. So you get on the phone with them, you say, hey, this is what we're going to do. We're going to set you up for it. It's $297. They say yes. And you go, cool. Go grab Solid SEO VPS. Go grab this tool. And so not only are you making money on the service, but then you're also making money on all the affiliates that they're signing up for as well. Okay. So you can choose. You could also choose to give away this stuff for free, right? You could say, listen, I'm not even going to charge you for the setup. I'll set all this stuff up for you for free as long as you just go buy the links. And then you get all the affiliates on that as well. Okay. So there's tons of different ways that you can do this. But anyways, you go to here and then you grab a VPS, and you might be thinking, which VPS do I get? So I would recommend getting a Windows VPS. And again, if you don't know what a VPS is, it's a virtual private server, which is literally just a computer in another location. Imagine you connected to my computer right now. That's all this is. It's just a computer that you can connect to. Okay. And so there's different ones you can get. The best one I think you can get is this one, the Ryzen VPS. And really, again, the main bottleneck that you're going to have is the RAM. Okay, so the more RAM you get, the faster they're going to send. So this one is like $89 a month. It's the one I run. It's not necessary if you're starting out. And I think you can go even like if you just go like the baseline here, 2 gigabytes of RAM, $995. Okay, 16 gigabytes of RAM, $54. So choose whatever you want. This is the one I used right here, the Ryzen VPS, the $89 one. But again, it's probably like not super necessary if you're starting out. Okay, maybe get a $20 one or a $10 one, or run it on your own computer. It's up to you. Okay, but yeah, I would start out going there, getting a VPS. I'm going to show you how to set that up in a second, but I just want to show you the main things in here, and then we'll talk about the setup. Is it easy to upgrade to the VPS later if needed? Yeah, because once you do all the licensing for GSA and everything, you can always transfer the licensing over to the server. Okay. And okay, so by the way, the main things that you need are like these 4 things. After that, you don't really need the other things, but they are recommended. And I'm going to show you how to do a lot of this stuff yourself. But VPS, up to you. Decide if you want it or not. Get it. Okay. GSA and Capture Breaker. These are the only, GSA is the only one obviously you need. Okay. You don't necessarily have to have Capture Breaker, and the proxies, you can scrape public proxies. They're just going to probably break more often, but there is probably a free way to do this. But the only real actual required thing is GSA here. Okay. Because without GSA, we cannot send messages. So click on this link and then go to GSA. And then, so the big differences between the Capture Breaker and GSA itself. GSA is just the thing that sends messages, okay? This is how we send our messages. It's a one-time fee. It gives you a license, and once you have it, you never have to pay for it again, okay? However, the Capture Breaker is how you actually break captures on a website, okay? The only thing that's going to happen if you don't have the Capture Breaker is your success rate's going to go down, okay? So it's up to you whether or not you want it. You will be able to deliver more messages if you get the Capture Breaker, but you can always get it later as well. If I get a cheaper VPS, can I upgrade? Yeah. If you put in a ticket to them, they'll upgrade you if you ask them to do it. And that's what I recommend is start out slow. Like maybe just get like the lowest things, and maybe even run it on your computer to start. It's up to you, but start out with slow, and even if you run everything at the slowest setting possible, you can still send out millions of messages a month. Okay. So the only reason I'm telling you this stuff is because like I've gone and shelled out like $3,000 just to see how far we could take this. And like I was sending at one point, I was sending 100 million messages every couple days just because I wanted to see how far I could take it. But is that necessary? No. I mean, you're going to have so many leads like at a certain point that you don't need to do all of that because you're going to get to the point where you're going to say, I can't respond to all these people. Okay. Which is a different problem. But it's a good problem. Okay. So, all right. Any other questions before we get into setting up GSA? GSA is showing 99% aren't connecting. Do they connect or are resubmitted? What do you mean? 99% aren't connecting. This is, you see how these are basically going up at the same rate? That's all the successful getting submitted, and these are all the unsuccessful. VPS, up to you. It's how you would run this remotely, so you don't have to run it on your server. GSA is necessary for us to send the messages. Captcha breaker is going to be helpful if you want to send more, have more higher success. And then proxies. Okay, so here's the thing. GSA has it as a proxy scraper, but I don't recommend scraping public proxies. Okay. Does everybody here know what a proxy is? Or does anybody know? Okay. No, yes, no. It's fine if you don't. It's fine. I mean, that's why you're here, right? Okay. So does anybody know what a VPN is, right? A VPN is basically a way for you to mask your internet. It's a way for you to change your IP address. Most people probably know what an IP address is. It's just your internet address, right? So here's the thing. When you're sending out millions of messages, right, you're going to get a lot of people saying, you know, F this person, right? This person's annoying me. And what's going to happen is if you get enough complaints to your IP address, you're going to get your internet service provider, your ISP, right, is going to say, no more internet. And they're going to remove you. They're not going to give you internet anymore. Okay. So you don't want that to happen, right? And so ideally, if you're running this on a private server, a VPS, and you don't have proxies, what's going to happen is the VPS is going to get the complaint and they're going to ban you from the VPS. And so worst case scenario, you run this from your own home, you don't have your proxies enabled, and then your actual internet gets banned. You don't want that. Okay. Then you're going to have to be calling Elon Musk and asking him for Starlink. Okay. Some of you might be on Starlink. I don't know. But anyways, so a proxy is basically a bunch of VPNs. Okay. Proxy basically is, let's say you have proxy 1, proxy 2. These are all different IP addresses basically that you're sending your messages through. Okay. Melissa wants Starlink. I kind of want Starlink too. All right. So let's say you have 10 proxies. Okay. And let's say you're running GSA and you're sending, I don't know, 1,000 messages a minute. Okay. Sorry, I'm just trying to put this visually here. So you have 10 proxies. So that's like IP address, 1, IP address 2, 3, 4, 5. Now, when you start sending messages and you have your proxies enabled, what's going to happen is GSA is going to go send a message to the first proxy, and then it's going to send a message to the next proxy, and then and we can actually turn on randomization so it goes like 9, 6, 3, 10, right? But ideally, when you have proxies enabled, instead of your messages being sent through your IP, it's getting distributed through all your proxies. Okay. So that way, if one of your proxies gets burnt out, right? Let's say a bunch of people complain about this proxy or about this message, that IP gets banned. You can always just replace your proxy, right? Now, here's the thing though. The more proxies you have, the faster you can send messages. And the reason why is because if you only have 10 proxies, these will start to get bottlenecked. There's basically something called threads that run through these proxies. And so when you're running GSA, you're basically threading all of your messages through all these proxies, and they will get bottlenecked. You can only send so many messages through these proxies at a time. So if you instead had, let's say, 100 proxies enabled, now GSA has a way wider, it's more of like a wider shotgun, right? Where it can send way more messages because it's less likely to get bottlenecked. Does everybody understand what we're talking about here with the proxies? I'm going to show you in a second how to actually load all these in and everything, but does everybody understand the principle here of like how we're sending these and masking ourselves? Cool. So now here's the thing. You have different options here. You have private proxies which means that you're basically the only one sending messages through these proxies, nobody else is, or you have public proxies, which means that you're sharing these proxies. Like it would be like, for example, our whole group sharing these proxies, right? And let's say Melissa decides to send 1,000 messages, in a minute, and she gets proxy 3 banned. Well, guess what? Because they're public proxies, they get banned for all of us. Okay, and then we can all yell at Melissa. No, I'm just kidding. But if you get private proxies, which are generally paid, you don't have to worry about other people burning out those IPs and you always having to replace them. Okay. So you can get, like with this proxy scraper, you can go scrape public proxies. They're just not going to be as powerful as if you get private proxies. Okay. And I think there's another tool as well called Scrapebox, which we might actually get into at some point. But that tool will actually help you scrape proxies as well. And there are lists of public proxies you can go find. Like if you just Google, public proxies, they do have like free, repositories that you can grab. But overall, what I would recommend is going to here, my private proxy, and just getting a few private proxies if you feel inclined. So you click on private proxies here. Now, for 10 proxies, which would be more than enough for you to get started with, it's $20 a month. For, what I was doing when I was sending out 100 million messages every day or whatever, a couple days, I was running like 500 proxies or something crazy. I don't remember. It was like a lot. But that's overkill. Right now, even on my current server that's sending out like, what is this? Over like a couple million messages a day. I'm only running, I think it's like 100 proxies, which again, that's kind of expensive, but you don't have to run that many. I mean, you could start with 10, 20. You can even start with 5. Like, get 5 if you like, if it's going too slow, get 10. It's up to you. Okay. And again, all of this is like, it's ultimately up to you. I'm not here to tell you, how fast you want to go with this, how hard you want to run it. I'm just giving you the options and you can decide what you do with it, right? If one proxy gets burned, will my private proxy replace that? Sometimes they will. I think it depends on the complaint, but usually when you have a subscription, you get new proxies all the time that they give you. And so like their whole job is they know that you're going to burn out a lot of proxies. Like the whole point of proxies is you're not doing something that, you're probably going to get them banned at some point. So I do think I was banning out full lists though before when I was doing it, just because I was running so many, and then they were getting a little bit mad at me. But as long as you're not like going too ham, you should be fine. Okay, so that's what proxies are. And again, I'm gonna show you how to set all this up in a second. Contact forms. Okay. So Ryan, the guy that taught me a lot of this, he has a contact form service where he goes out and he actually scans for contact forms. Now I'm going to show you how to scan your own contact forms. But these contact forms are really nice to be able to just get from Ryan because he gives you access. You can get like a year for, I guess, $391.99 for the monthly. But these contact forms are really good for people that don't want to scrape their own lists. Okay, when you start with GSA, you're going to get the option to start scraping all your contact forms with the tool. If you don't want to scrape your own forms and wait to like basically find all the forms, you can just buy pre-built lists. So like, for example, Ryan has one list that I got from him that has like 14 million contact forms, right? It takes him months to build it. In fact, for him to go and do what he does, it costs him more money than like if you were to buy everything in this entire boot camp, just because it's that hard to get that many forms. Like you have to scan like hundreds of millions of websites to get, a chunk of websites out of it that actually have contact pages that you can successfully send to. And so again, what he does is every single month, he's just constantly scanning for the contact forms that are breaking and then the contact forms that are still up. And then he just keeps adding to the list and taking away the ones that no longer work, if that makes sense. Customers AI, this is the pixel that we use. It has like 500 leads for free. High level, it's going to be the CRM that we use. And then Linkly, this is a thing that we use to test our links. But that's pretty much it. Okay, so that's what's in here. And again, the only real required thing to start out is just GSA. Okay, so if you think there's a lot that you have to buy, you don't necessarily have to buy everything. You just start with this. Okay. Any questions before we go into the actual starting setup here? Any questions? Yes, no, maybe so. I also want to mention that this boot camp is probably one of the best things that you could sell as an affiliate. We've seen people in the past that are using and running like what we're doing to actually sell the bootcamp itself. And we've seen people make thousands and thousands of dollars. One of the people in the past, his name's Aaron. And Aaron actually made, I think it was like $3,000 or $4,000 in a month just promoting this bootcamp. So people love learning about contact forms. It's one of the main reasons why I started doing this again. And just to let you guys know, in the last like couple days, we're already at like over $20,000 in sales on this bootcamp, and we are seeing affiliate sales from a bunch of people as well. So if you want to just go and sell this bootcamp as an affiliate, it is a great offer, and you get a percentage as well of the done for you setup if people go and buy that as well. So just an option for you all, but I'm just giving you different things that you can do. Okay. All right. So I feel like this could bring so many leads that are overwhelming. Can we target a specific business? Yes. And I'll show you guys how to actually filter the URLs, and you can do a bunch of crazy stuff. But again, let's just get set up with the basics. All right. So step number 1 or step number 2 after you set up a Gmail is going and setting up GSA. So what you're going to do is you're going to go grab GSA. Just go to the link. And please use the links in this spreadsheet just because it helps. You know, it's a free affiliate for us, and there's no point in buying it under your own link. But anyways, if we go in here, we fill this out, we get GSA. Okay, they're going to send us an email. And once we have the email, we can go and install this. Now I'm just going to show you how to put this on just like your main computer to start, and then we'll talk about the server. But when you open up GSA, it's going to ask you for your license, and you're just going to make sure, by the way, that you copy and paste your license. If you go and try to manually type it in, for some reason, it doesn't always work. So when you get your email and you click on register here, copy the name from the email, like literally like right click copy or control C or command C if you're on Mac, that's the copy command, and then paste it into the name and then paste the serial in here. Because for some reason, when you type it manually, it doesn't always work. Okay. And it even says right here, please always copy paste the license details. Okay. Now, once you have this, by the way, there's a trial here. You don't actually have to buy it to start. You can actually try it out for free, just for scraping, I believe. But if we open it up here, I'm in the trial. Oh, did it say I was expired? Let me just open it up on the VPS here just so you can see it. Once you open it up, I'll just stop all this. By the way, I just want to mention, when you start doing a lot of automation with these contact forms, you have to learn patience because this thing is running so much stuff at once that when you stop it, right when I press stop here, you see how it didn't fully stop? I guess that was actually pretty quick. But a lot of the time, this thing it'll brick if you're running too much at once. So just be careful, especially when you're running millions and millions of contact forms. All right. So what I'm going to do is I might actually just clear all of this. No, I'll just start a new project. So this is going to be completely blank. You're not going to see any of this. You're just going to have a blank slate, and it's going to have these things at the top. Okay, so the main thing that you need to pay attention to when you start is just this new button here, okay? So if I click on new, there's two different options. There's the project wizard, and then there's the advanced. I recommend the advanced because the wizard, in my opinion, is kind of dumb. We're just going to click on advanced, and this isn't even that advanced. All it is just creating a project. So we're going to type in the project name, okay? So this is going to be whatever you want to start with, right? Let's say we're going to send out, I don't know, what do we want to send, guys? We want to send 1 million messages about a, website offer? SEO? I don't know. Website audit? Melissa says yes. Okay. We'll do a website audit. Test 1. Okay. You can put whatever you want there. This is just for you to remember. Now, what you're going to see when you do this is it's going to say, these are the keywords that you're going to target. You don't want to have that checked because what's going to happen is this is going to basically make it so that this is going to be the websites that you actually scrape, okay? We don't want to do that, so we're going to uncheck that. Now, just a basic way to start with GSA is very simple, is we can click on add here, enter, and we can start typing in different things that we want to contact websites for, okay? So who has any ideas on keywords that they'd want to contact websites for? Around, let's just say, a website audit.
Oh, I have no idea.
Maybe lawyers. Okay, cool. Maybe dentists, plumbers. Sweet. Home improvement. Cool. And by the way, there's actually, you can see here it says add cities and states to keywords. So you can actually choose only local. Like if I click this, it'll actually add all of the cities and states that are in here that I have selected. So let's say I want to add plumbers in, I don't know. I don't even know where some of these places are. We'll say state of United States. Okay. So this should, I believe, take all the cities out of the United States for plumbers and lawyers and scrape those pages. Okay. Realtors is another one. Cool. And by the way, there's other ways to do this, right? We can actually scrape URLs with other tools as well and then load them into here later. I'll show you how to do that. And then down here, we can choose which search engines we're going to use. So these are all the different search engines. Now, first of all, I want to show you something. We don't have proxies enabled, and the reason why is because when you're doing a small amount of scraping like this, it's not really going to matter. It's only when we start like hammering the contact forms and do like a ton of scraping. So I'm just going to run this without a proxy enabled because we don't really need it just to do something small. But if I exit out of that, right, we have these enabled. We chose city and states, and we chose some search engines by default. And we click on Start and Scrape. What's going to happen is, look, now it's scraping websites. We already have 18 websites. And I actually need to change the setting here really quick just to make sure that we're scraping a little bit faster than this. See how that's going up way faster now? I'm going to show you how to optimize these settings here. But now we have 140 websites, okay? Now, if we look here at the bottom, we can see the URLs that we scraped, okay? We can see on the right the date, and then on the right of there, we can see what we actually scraped for. So we have Realtors Alaska, and then the search engine. Realtors Mississippi, and then the search engine, okay? And then one of the things you're going to see up here is we have, again, the project name. We have the sites here, how many. We have whether or not the sites have been checked for contact pages or not. And then we have the sent and then all the other statuses, okay? And then the status here on the right, where we're at with this. Now, we need to figure out if these websites have contact pages that we can contact, okay? The way that we do that is we click on Start Again, and then we check the websites, okay? So we'll click on Check. It's going to say, do you want to use only the selected URLs? And the answer is no. What that means is that we can actually highlight the URLs here. Let me click on No here. It started going. But if I say no, it means check all the URLs. If I say yes, it means only check the ones that I have selected. So like if I select those, it'll only check those, okay? But we're going to select all. So we're going to say no, we want to select all. And boom, you can see already we have 24, 30, the number keeps going up. These are all pages that we can now contact with GSA. 37 pages, and a lot of them are around realtors, okay? So we can now contact 37 realtors in a very short amount of time. Does that make sense to everybody, what we just did? Now remember, we don't want to do this at bulk until we have everything set up, like our proxies and everything, but I'm just showing you a small test here. Give me some ones, some yeses, just want to make sure we're all good. Give me a 2 if you're on the fence. Yes, 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 cool. And don't worry, if you guys are on the fence, listen, this is a 6-week boot camp, right? If any of this is confusing, don't worry. Like, we're not expecting you to get all of this right now, right this instant. Okay. So we got 44 people in here and 5 people said yes. What's going on here, guys? Come on. What's happening? Can't be doing this to me, guys. All right. So, okay, now the yes. Okay, Lori's a little bit on the fence. Okay, that's fine. Don't worry. Yes times 30. Cool. All right. Calls are recorded. Yes. Got to drink some coffee. Yep. Everybody, I need you all to go freaking get some Red Bull right now. We need to chug it. We need to get in the mood. Dunk's got his coffee. Right on. He's ready. All right. Jeff says cool. All right. So we got 40 realtors that we can now contact, right? Well, at least it says we have contact pages for them, okay? Now, the question is, how do we go and contact these realtors? Now, the way we're going to do that is we're going to double click on the project and we're going to click on submission content, okay? Now, what we have here is all of the fields that you're going to see on a contact form, or most of them, right? So when you go to a contact form, you know how it says, enter your name, enter your, your email, right? So like, let's say we went to this contact page. Right here. So we have the first name, the last name, the email, the message, right? So right here are those same fields. Now, some websites ask for, your street address. Some websites ask for your country. And so, the more of these we can fill out, the higher the success rate's generally going to be, because some forms will have a bunch of these fields, some of them won't. Especially depending on what kind of websites you're contacting, right? So you might be contacting, let's say, a realtor. Well, their contact page might have, what's your street address, because they want to know, generally when people reach out to them, they want to know where they're located so they can sell them a home. So if you're not contacting a lot of the people, like if you're failing a lot, it might be because you don't have all your fields filled out, okay? Jeff says, I've found that a lot of scraping from GSA isn't great. The forms from realtors, for example, wouldn't be valid. Is this still true? Well, we'll see. But yeah, I agree with you, Jeff. Scrapebox is way better for scraping. But again, I just want to show people the basics here. But yeah, overall, like GSA is great for sending messages. It's not really the best for scraping. But you can still use it though, okay? So anyways, if we go first name here, we're going to say, okay, we can do a random first name. Now, there's a few different options here. You can put a random alias if you want to go completely anonymous, or you can put a, made up alias. It's up to you. But if I do self-defined here, and by the way, let me just show you this. So here, right here is all the random names that it could pull. And you can enter in more here. I can say, I want to have Bob in there as well. Right? So if I do random names, it should pull from here. Actually, no, this is how it identifies the contact form fields. There should be a setting to actually edit the random names. But anyways, this will just pull a bunch of random names from the database that it has. Or if I do self-defined, let me go find self-defined. That means if I click on OK, it'll ask me, what do you want to define your name as? So I'll say, Bob, okay? And then I go to last name, double click. We're going to change it from random to self-defined. We're going to say, the builder or something. I don't know. Dunk got it. But ideally, you want to be really careful, because what sometimes people will do is they'll go in here and they'll add like spacing, they'll add like a period, and a lot of contact forms will not accept certain formats, okay? So you want to make sure that when you press OK, that you're not like putting in, because like if I put in my whole message in the name field and I was like, did like a long, the chances are it's not going to accept that, and you're going to fail a bunch of contact forms. So just make it very simple. Bob, builder, right? You can enter in the other stuff or leave it random, right? Email. So if we want this to go to our actual email, we'll click on OK, put in our actual email, bobbuilder@gmail.com, right? And then our subject, this is going to be the subject field. And you can actually do different conditional formatting, right? So you can do you can spin the things that go into the forms. You can also pull the domain. So you could say new lead for domain percentage. It'll pull their URL into it. And you can even upload your own custom variables with your own list. So you could scrape lists that you enrich and then add them in here and actually reference those custom variables as well. So yeah, there's a lot of cool stuff you can do with this. But we're just going to do something simple. We're going to say website issue, right? Click on OK, message, boom. Hi, I noticed something wrong with your website. Would you like a free report? Okay, boom. Now there's some other settings in here. I'm not going to go over them right this instant because we're just doing something basic, but that's all you really need to start sending messages. So we'll click on OK. We're going to click on start and send. And we're going to select all URLs. Here's the message preview. Hi, I noticed something wrong with your website. Would you like me to send you the details? Click on continue. And boom, you can see we've already sent 7 messages. Okay. So there you go. You sent 7 messages, right? Now, you can obviously keep this going if you scrape more, and you can even do a lot of other cool stuff. But I'm just showing you basically how to get started sending messages. Okay. Now, again, you don't want to do this at scale until you have proxies. But this is how you get started with that. And then, yeah. Any questions so far about just what we covered so far? Can this be different per project? Yes, you can have a bunch of different projects, different keywords. Working on painting, but I want to make sure I'm on the live meeting. Oh, you're painting right now. Right on. I used to paint houses. When I go back to implement, will it make any sense? Yeah, Yeah, you can always watch the replays. It'll make just as much sense. Jeff says, how to fulfill the 500 website viewers for customers AI. I would love to see. Yeah. We're going to talk about that, Jeff, because I think it's a really solid offer. I'd like to see how to import scrape. Yeah, so we'll talk about that. I just want to make sure everybody's on the same page so far with just what we've covered so far. Yes, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right. Okay, so let's talk about Chase's GSA or software. No. Let's talk about just getting set up with your proxies and your server, so that way, like, you don't leave this class today and go like Rambo and get your IP banned. Okay. Should we use a better scraper? We're going to be covering that in a future class. So proxies and VPS. Let's talk about proxies first. So let's just say you're running this on your own computer. What I recommend, go get some proxies. Again, use the link that I give in the spreadsheet, which is right here. My private proxy. Click on this. And then you're going to go and buy whatever many proxies you want. So if I click on private, we'll click on, let's say 10, 20, whatever you want. If you want to do more, go for it. Go Rambo. But just go get some. Click on here, get some proxies. And then what's going to happen is it's going to ask you, what are you using these for? We're going to say Scrapebox, okay? Because it's essentially Scrapebox. It's a little bit different, but we're basically scraping and sending messages. And then we want our proxies to be in the US, because we're going to be sending from the US likely. And then we're going to click on continue. Once you do this, what's going to happen is they're going to give you a downloadable file of all your proxies. Okay. And the way that you import these, once you have your proxies, is you're going to just click on your project here, and we're going to click on use proxies. And then hold on, let me make sure I don't leak my proxies really quick. Yep, I would have leaked them. Give me 1 second. So this is what it's going to look like without you leaking them. But yeah, on the left here, it's going to be your login details. But the way you add your proxies, it's very simple. You just click on add and then import. And then you just take the file that it gives you and you just import them and they all go in. Okay. And then what's going to happen is if I click on test all, and I usually just test Google search here. This is the most important one. It will tell us. It says skipped unchecked proxies. No, we're gonna check all of them. And boom, we have 110 working proxies. Okay, so now if I click on OK and I select enable proxies, and you want to make sure these are always on, guys, because if you turn these off, this is how you get your IP banned. So make sure these are always on. And if you create a new project too, you have to make sure you enable these. If you do not enable these for your new project, like some people, I've seen people before, they've created a new project and they didn't have proxies enabled, okay? So make sure these are always enabled. But now that these are enabled, you're going to be able to use all the proxies you loaded in there for your stuff. And now you're protected, okay? So now I can keep scraping. And we can type in a bunch of other things, right? We can do, I don't know, AI and whatever else. Life insurance, whatever. And we should be good, okay? Any questions so far about that? See, now this is running, but it's with all the proxies.
I was having trouble just selecting the state. Like if I just want to like send messages to like an entire state.
Right.
Like
So you're saying like going in and just like what we just did, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you're saying like finding the state. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. When you go into the settings under scraping right there under configure.
Yep.
I wish they had a search bar here.
I know it's the UX is really clunky, but yeah. I mean, for example, if you go to the US, it's like, I think all the way at the bottom and then it's right there at the top.
Yeah, what if we just want like the state of Arizona?
Oh, sorry. I thought you meant country. Yeah. So I don't know if it.
Oh, I see Oregon, cities of U.S. state Oregon.
Yeah, it should be on there. I remember seeing it. They list every single state. If you do cities of U.S. and then it should say state. Yeah, there it is. There's
Got it. Okay, you just really have to scroll.
Yeah.
For it. Okay.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but
Okay.
it is what it is. Whoops. Okay, so anyways, so one of the things I want to mention, by the way, is when you start scraping, right, you're going to know when you're bottlenecked, like when you're slowing down, when you can't crank the settings anymore. Okay, so what I mean by that is if I go to this right here while it's running, you can see it's running right now. And then I click on options while this is highlighted. This is where you crank how fast the tool goes. Okay, and just be careful. If you crank this above, let's say like 1,000, the tool will break. Okay. And if you don't have enough proxies, like you can see the tool's kind of like slowing down right now. And it's likely because if I want to start going really high, I want to have more proxies enabled. So if I press, like, let's say I put in another 0 here, now it's going to go even faster. But you see how it just broke? And usually the reason that it breaks is because you don't have, either you don't have enough RAM, you don't have enough proxies, and that's usually the two main reasons. Okay, so just know that if it's breaking or slowing down for whatever reason, it's because you need to up your amount of proxies or your VPS or your RAM. Okay. And then you can always crank it back down. So you can load in your proxies and everything, see how high you can crank it. And if it's not fast enough for you, then you can go upgrade. Does that make sense, everybody? All right. And if it does crash like that, usually we'll have to restart it, like cancel it out, restart it. But yeah, there you go. That's how you enable the proxies. And then as far as the private servers are a little bit more tricky, but they're not too much more tricky. Really, the only thing is about the private servers. Let's go grab one of those, is you just have to learn how to use remote desktop, which is it's a tool on your computer. And if you have a Mac, you just go and look up remote desktop for Mac. Okay. But what's going to happen is when you get the private server, it's going to give you the login, and then you're going to download. If you're on Mac, you're going to download this app here. I'm going to go put it in the. I'm going to put it in here so you guys have it if you're on Mac. If you're on Windows, it's default. It's already on your computer.
You beat me to it. I was just about to do it.
Oh, nice. But let me just show you here. Once you have your remote desktop application ready, you're just going to open up your remote desktop. You're going to take the settings that that Solid SEO VPS gives you, and you're just going to type it in. So the thing that they gave us was this number, gave us this username. I'm going to click on yes. And then when you connect for the first time, it's going to ask for the password they give you. You're going to click on yes. And then boom, you'll have your private server. Does that make sense to everybody? I want to show you guys, I've been doing some tests since Friday. We last met on Friday. And these tests have been doing pretty well. So we got a lot of responses for this outreach, and I want to show you guys how to do this. But check it out. So we sent out a message. We said, hey, I noticed a few issues on your website and want to fix them for you for free. What's a good number to get a hold of you on? So in the past, we were actually telling them to respond, but now we're telling them to respond with their phone number so we can directly contact them, which I've been finding is working a lot better. Because I'll show you in some of the responses. So this person said, what are the problems? Hold on, let's find another one. Somebody said call 911. Here's another one. So again, the initial message was, hey, I noticed an issue on your website and made a report. So this person said, that could be, I had hired a guy on Fiverr who lives in India, works with me through WhatsApp. The guy ripped me off. What are you seeing on my website, right? So then it's like, then I responded and said, hey, first of all, and I'm going to show you guys how to find small issues like this, but it looks like they got like hacked by some sort of like Chinese malware on their website. So I said, hey, Chris, when do you have a second to chat on the phone? There's a ton of things. Just one thing right out of the gate. It looks like you got hacked by some sort of Chinese malware. I've been doing this stuff for years. Would love to help you fix it, right? Call me after. Okay. So then we got their phone number. So they're ready to get on the phone, and boom. Then we can pitch them on a roadmap, and I'll show you guys how to do that. But I'm just kind of showing you what these leads look like. Let's do another one. What website issues do you see? Yes, send it over. So this person's ready for, our whatever report. I would need some advice. Here you go. So this person wants advice. There's their phone number. So I'm just showing you some examples here. We got a lot of people that are responding and they're interested, right? We had another person. I actually reached out to this guy because I thought it would be a good case study. But he actually said that he was ready to pay literally on the first response. See if I can find the guy. Here we go. Here's my number. Gave me some info. Wow. I'm ready to pay or trade for any help, right? And these people have decent websites. Like, check this out. This guy has a hot sauce website. And we actually used our app, ShineRanker, to do a quick audit on his site. And we found that he was actually ranking for some keywords that we could help him rank higher for. So I actually sent him a message on text message. I texted him, and he's ready to get a full roadmap done for him. So again, like I want to show you guys, the reason I'm showing you this and running all these tests isn't because I need the leads. I want to show it to you so you guys can see that it's possible and go out and do it for yourself, right? Does that make sense? So look at this. If we go to current rank here, look, he's ranking number 5 for this hot sauce brand. He's ranking number 9 for this hot sauce. So we can go in there and we can actually optimize his website with something like the content ranker and find all the averages and actually start writing content for his website with AI and stuff. So anyways, I'm just kind of showing you guys here. Okay. Now it doesn't really matter what you do though, by the way. It doesn't matter if you do a website audit. It doesn't matter if you offer them leads, right? And then set up like customers AI. It doesn't matter if you offer them a free funnel. This angle, what we're doing here can be applied to anything, right? You could say, hey, I noticed something wrong with your sales page. I want to fix it for you for free. What's a good phone number? And then you can offer them a funnel with high level, right? Or you could say, hey, I noticed, you're losing a lot of leads. And then they could be, what's a good number? And they'll respond. And then you offer to set them up with customers AI. So do you see what I'm saying? You could offer whatever you want like this. And if you have the ability to reach out to millions and millions of websites, why not, right? If you guys need leads and customers, it's a really easy way to start bringing them in. And then we just have to talk about how to actually close them. And I'll show you how to do that too. We all good?
Yeah. What if we're not interested in doing, this type of work with folks? I just want to.
Yeah. So like I said, you could do this with anything, right? So if they were losing leads on their site, right? Let's say you wanted to get an affiliate on Customers AI, right? So we'll go to our checklist here. So these are all different affiliates, right? Let's say you wanted to sell one of these, okay? So what would be the angle for, let's say you wanted to sell Radar. Let's take it away from Customers AI. Let's say you wanted to sell a social media tool to them, right? So what you could say is you could make a message and say, hey, I noticed something wrong with your social media. What's a good number to get a hold of you on? They respond. And then you say, cool, use this tool, right? Because you're not scheduling out content, and you could set them up with something like this tool. Now, if you're saying, well, what do I have to do to not get on the phone with them? There's a couple ways around that, right? You don't have to get on the phone. One of the ways is you could just send them straight to the website. The problem is your conversion is going to go it's going to be really low if you don't warm them up. Okay. So for example, if I just said, hey, you're not scheduling content on social media, and I just sent them straight to Radar, the chances of you making a sale, like you'll probably get one sale out of maybe every 2 million contact forms you send, which might be okay. But again, it's not, in my opinion, it's a waste of effort. You'd be much better off either having something like a VA, like somebody that you hire to go and get on the phone with these people and sell them, because you have to educate them still, right? But I don't know if that answers your question. Like there's plenty of different ways to do this, but it just really depends on, what you're trying to accomplish, what you're trying to sell, what your angle is.
Well, I guess maybe I misunderstood. I don't know. I was hoping to use this very hands off. I don't really have time to get on the phone with folks and sell folks on things.
Right. So
this is just like cold email. This is just an outreach system. Like, what is your goal for this?
Other than extra income? I mean, I don't have a website or an agency or anything. I was hoping to do all this, completely hands off.
Right. So you can. It just depends on what you're trying to accomplish, Alan. So, like, for example, if you wanted to just send traffic straight to an affiliate, you can do that. There's no reason why you can't do that. But I don't understand. I don't fully understand the question. So if you have a list of 14 million websites, right, you can sell whatever you want to them. And if you don't want to do services, you could send them straight to a website. It just really depends. But the thing is, Alan, is there's plenty of different ways to do this, right? So you could hire a VA to help sell the stuff. You could send them straight to a website. At a certain point, it becomes, well, how do I optimize it, right? How do I get more out of what I'm doing? And that's what we're talking about here. Is if you just want to send traffic straight to a website, you can do that. But then the question you're going to have eventually is, well, how do I get more sales with the traffic that I'm bringing in, right?
Yes, because I tried affiliate chase, and you're totally right. It's low conversion. So you do have to warm them up. It's like almost better to get an opt-in, like collect emails, collect phone numbers. I agree with you.
Well, and you can still make a lot of affiliate sales. It's just, Alan, I think the thing that you're confused about is you're like, okay, well, how does this full system work? And we're only on class 2. Right now, we're figuring out how to set this up so that it runs how you want it to run, because I'm not familiar with your direct offer that you're trying to offer. If you're trying to offer like one of the tools off the checklist, right? There's like 100 different ways you could do it. You could do it through video. Like you could send contact forms to a video and say, hey, check out this video and learn more about this offer. And then you could bring them in through a warm-up sequence. And, there's plenty of different ways to do this. What I'm doing is I'm giving you all the options, and then you get to choose what you want to do, right? Next, what I recommend is getting Captcha Breaker if you don't have it already. Captcha Breaker just lets you break captchas, basically. And you can pair Captcha Breaker with more services, by the way. Like there's more services for breaking captchas, but it's going to get really expensive really quickly. I've actually done a test before where I loaded up I think it was like $1,000 worth of credits into it was like death by captcha or something. And it wound up draining in like a couple hours. So I wouldn't recommend using anything but the Captcha Breaker. But yeah, you go here, grab it if you want it. You should see, I think, like a 10 to 20% lift in the success rate on the contact forms, which is pretty good. And once you have this, you don't have to buy it again. So you grab it, and then once you install it, you just open it up. And I'm going to show you how to connect it here. Open up our project here. And then what we're going to do is we're going to click on captchas. And all we have to do to add Captcha Breaker is just click on add. Mm-hmm. And then it's the green thing here. Okay. And then once that's done, you can choose how many times you want this to retry on a page. So for example, if you put in 1, it means that the Captcha Breaker will try to break the captcha, and then it'll try one more time. And if it doesn't break it, it'll stop. It'll just go to the next page. Okay. Now, I would recommend, if you want this to go really fast, set it low. If you want it to be really thorough and you really want to have a higher success rate on these forms, set it high. The way I run my forms is I run them really, really quickly. And so I'm just trying to like rip through as many forms as I can as fast as possible, just because I don't really care. I'm going to build a separate alias anyways and, rerun them. So I set it low, but it's up to you. You could set it 2, 3, probably not more than 3 though.
Question.
Okay? Yes.
I had mine at 0.
0. Got it.
What does that mean?
That means it should do it once.
Okay.
Because the retry is just once it tries, then it retries, right? One time.
Got it.
And you can test that, by the way, because I might be not accurate on that. Just have this open, and if you see contact captchas being broken, then it is trying it at 0. But yeah, maybe I'll just try. I'll just put it to 0. We'll see. So yeah, click on OK, and then we already talked about putting in your submission content. Again, the new message that I sent for this other offer. And again, like I said, I'm running these different tests constantly, and I'm finding like, okay, which message works the best for this offer? What message works the best for this offer? And then I run through like millions and millions of contact forms so I can come back and tell you guys, okay, yeah, look, this one worked really well, or this one did really bad, right? But this one's doing really, really well. I noticed a few issues on your website and want to fix them for you for free. What's a good phone number? Okay. And then if we go to the subject, website issue. Okay. That was it. Click on OK. And then now, here's the thing. We haven't talked about contact forms yet, like getting the pre-made lists. If you want to get the pre-made lists, they are very helpful. I only run the pre-made lists mainly just because I just like to contact as many websites as humanly possible. But if you don't want to go out and buy the pre-made lists, you don't have to. I showed you a little bit how to scrape the lists, but let me just show you how to use the pre-made lists if you do get the pre-made lists. I'm going to remove all of these really quick, and then we're going to go back to the spreadsheet. And we're going to go to, okay, so there's two different pre-made lists. Okay, there's this one here, which is, again, these are all from Ryan. He's the guy that builds these lists. This one is $127 a month, and I think you get, I'm not sure how many. Oh no, apparently it's $99 a month.
2 million.
Is it 2 million? Okay, you get 2 million. He also has other lists though of 10 million, which is more, and then he has ones that are only for USA. You can choose what you want. If you do get like the 2 million, that's still imagine buying an email list with 2 million contacts on it, right? So that's pretty much what you're getting. And if you get the lower one, and that's still like going to be a lot of forms to send messages to. So if you get the 2 million, that should be fine to start out with. But once you have the forms, you basically get a downloadable file. And what you can do is you can click on the project, double click on it, add, and then you have your form. So I have the 14 million, which is like, it's pretty expensive. It's like $1,000, but I don't care because I have 14 million people on my email list basically now, and I can just run as many of these as I want, and I can loop through these over and over and over. So what I'll do is I'll go run the 14 million. I'll change my alias, go run another 14 million, and I can run these, back to back to back. So I think I'm on like these are all 1 million forms at a time, right? So 1 million, 2 million, 3 million, right? So if I click on this one, and it's going to ask, do you want to import against a global blacklist? You want to put yes for that, just because what's going to happen is, if you don't do that, you could like recontact websites that you're not supposed to contact. So you always put yes, and then it'll import all these forms. And it takes a little while because there's so many, right? Wait for it. And then once this is done, we can literally just start sending to those forms, right? So we don't have to scrape. We don't have to like check the websites. We don't have to, right? These are already pre-scraped, pre-checked. So there we go. 999,000 URLs loaded in. And if I just click on start and send, here we go. It's running, and these are all getting submitted right now. And this will update pretty soon right there. But I'm actually running this really, really fast. Look at how fast these forms are going through. We're already almost at 647 contact form submissions in like 2 seconds. So that means we just sent out, like every single line you see here, like 50% of them are getting submitted as we're talking. So that's a lot. We're already over 1,300 contact forms submitted. And the reason why this is running so fast, by the way, guys, is because I'm running 300 proxies, and I'm running a server that has 32 gigabytes of RAM. And I have my submissions on 2,000, which is really, really fast. If you try running, I don't know if you guys remember the first class, but if you try running even like 1,000, and your settings aren't optimal, you don't have enough proxies, don't have enough RAM, or your CPU is low, this is just going to crash instantly. Okay. And ideally what you do, the way that you test your settings is you literally just keep upping the number until you see the failed be higher than the sent. Okay. If that makes sense. So if I bring this up to 2,100, boom, it's still, the sent's still higher than the failed. Because right here it says, please be careful with the amount you set here. A too high amount will cause instability and errors. But as long as these are green and they're higher than the failed, you can just keep cranking this up as long as your settings allow it. Any questions about this so far?
I have a question
yes.
about scraping.
Sure.
So, is there a way to scrape without any keywords? Like, let's say I want to scrape for like every website in one entire state, but with no keywords. Is that possible?
Would the state be a keyword?
I don't know.
Yeah, so I think you would have to get a list of all the categories that you want to scrape. We've actually done this before. So you'd look up like list of GMB categories, right? So these would be all the different types of businesses, right?
And just enter those as keywords?
Yeah, and then you would take all these, right? So this is like, I don't know how many this is. This is probably like over 1,000. So you'd take all those, you'd go into GSA. Look, we've already sent like 6,000 messages. That's so freaking crazy. We would go into the scraper, right? So I do new project. And then let me get this new project here. Anytime you stop this, it takes a while just because it's running so many at once. And then we would add all those keywords in here, right? Import from clipboard, boom, there they all are. So now we have all these different categories. And then we would check the cities in the US, right? Anything in the United States. And then there you go. So then we'll click on OK and make sure our proxies are enabled. They weren't. Don't want to get our IP banned. Boom. And then we'll click on it. Start. And then we'll do, and by the way, you can actually scrape and check and send at the same time. So if you click on this option, any contact form that this finds with those keywords, it'll just automatically send them a message. But if you just want to scrape and check for the forms, you go like that. And then we can go to our options and we'll maybe crank this up to, I don't know, 1,700 or something. Again, don't set this high if you have a low amount of proxies and not very good in a lower server. You want to keep it probably below 1,000 if you're running lower settings. But anyways, if we look at this, we can see we got Handyman, Hawaii, Handyman, Iowa, right? And then we'd have, once those all go through, right, it's going to go and take the next GMB category, and it would be, whatever, plumber, South Dakota, right? Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you, Chase.
Yeah, the only problem, like I said, is when you're doing the scraping, guys, it's going to take a long time, right? You're going to have a lot of websites you're going to have to go through. You're going to have to find the websites and you're going to have to check them. That's why I get the pre-made list. But if you want to go check your own websites, you can. Also, at some point in this class, we probably will be covering Scrapebox, which is a more efficient way to scrape. This tool is actually way better at finding all these websites. So I could take those same lists of GMB categories, and now I got to go change all my proxies. Great. Anyways, we can take that same list of GMB categories and we can import them from our keyboard or list. Look, we got 4,000 of these, and now we can go and start harvesting URLs from there. And this will actually go a lot faster at finding these pages or these URLs. And you can do a lot more filtering with this as well. You can also take those pre-made lists and you can actually filter the lists themselves, the ones that Ryan gives you, inside of Scrapebox as well. But look at this. This is scraping on average about 920 URLs a second. So that's a lot faster than, you can see GSA here is only at like 800 in like a couple minutes. This is already, look how many it's already got in. And then what you do is you take all these pages, you throw them into GSA, right? So I grab all that. This has the same problem as GSA, by the way. When you stop it takes a second. But we export all of these. And then look, we got already 27,000 URLs, and then we can remove the duplicates, remove duplicate domains. Look, we got 16,000 URLs, so we can trim all these to the root. remove URLs. Anyways, what you do is you take all these, copy them, and then you can throw them into GSA and have GSA check them after. And it just makes it a lot more efficient when you're going and finding the URLs. GSA is great for finding the forms and sending messages. It's not great for scraping. You want to use probably something more like Scrapebox if you're going to be scraping your own URLs, okay? But again, we'll talk about that later. I just wanted to kind of show you some of the basics here. All right, so now, based on where we're at, you should have GSA. You should have the contact form list if you choose to get them. You should have Capture Breaker. You should have your private server. You should have some messaging. Any questions so far about what we've covered just getting set up? You should have everything you need just to get started sending messages.
Quick question, Chase. All that stuff is in the first video from Friday, right? So I just need to catch up on that. I'm good. Awesome.
Yes. If you missed the first video, this is going to be really confusing to you right now.
Not entirely, but it is a little bit. But I get that.
Yeah, because in the first video we kind of explain what all this stuff means. So I would recommend watching that, and then come back to this one.
I will definitely be doing that. Thanks.
Yeah.
Hey, Chase, I had a question.
Yes.
And it's probably, if I go through, I went back through, I was in the first boot camp, and for some reason when I sent out I scraped and then I sent out some messages, not a huge sampling. It was like, I don't know, 2,200 messages or so, but all the responses I got to my Alias email I set up, if you remember, I was just sort of following remember we did like dentists and plumbers and whatever. So I got through some of the dentists, and every single one of the responses, I don't know if they were seeing the message I put for content, which was identical to yours. Just, hey, something's wrong with your website. Hey, what's going on? They were just like, oh, call us if you need an appointment. Like it's almost like they weren't seeing that content. They were just looking like I was going on their forum, inquiring about buying something. Is there, if you could just generally maybe point me where to look of what I might have done wrong, do you think?
Yeah, I mean, do you know how many messages you sent and like what the amount of responses are?
The responses, I'd have to pull up that Gmail account. Where is that at? Oh, here it is. My responses were only about 20. Like I was just playing. Yeah.
I mean, like, look at this one inbox. So 89,000 responses, right?
Fuck. Okay.
Yeah. So you got to understand, this is a volume game, right? Like you're doing cold outreach. So if you, let's say you knock on 20 people's doors, right? What's the chances are they're going to buy something? Pretty low. But you knock on 90,000 people's doors or millions of doors, right? What's the chance you're going to sell something? Pretty high. So, it's more of just a volume thing, I think, in your case, because we are
that makes sense.
We are getting people here. Oops, accidentally archived one of those. We are getting people here that, boom, another phone number. So like, but again, like we're sending out millions and millions of, look how fast we've already sent out since we started talking, like, what is this, 8,000 forms? And I paused this in between too. So, so definitely a numbers game. If you can up the numbers, you're going to see a lot more responses, and you are going to definitely see more no's than you will yeses.
Sure. Okay. Thanks.
And having a more powerful computer would help with running the software more efficiently and getting more bulk leads.
Yeah. So like I said in the beginning class, you get into it you get out of it what you put into it, right? So it's kind of like this, right? GSA is a car that's taking us from point A to point B. Point B is where, we're in the promised lands of leads. When you're starting out and you're learning something, ideally, you don't need to be spending a bunch of money to learn the thing. You can start out with just GSA, mess around with it, send some messages, but eventually, right, if you want to go and you want to upgrade the car, right? You want to put, a new exhaust on it, you want to put better gas in it, that kind of thing. You're going to be able to get to point B a lot faster, but it just depends on how hard you want to run it, right? Like there was a time where I had 10 servers and I was running like 100 million messages in like 24 hours, right? And so that's like rocket jet fuel. You don't need that when you start out, right? You're going to have more leads. Like even this inbox, 90,000 responses. Like how long is it going to take you to go through that, right? So So it kind of just depends on like how, what grade fuel do you want to put in your car? Do you want to start out with like, 87 or, lower grade, or do you want to go to the moon? If you want to go to the moon, like if you're on the fence right now and you're like, I just want to go to the moon, what you do is you go get like a max server setting, like, 32 gigabytes of RAM. What is that? Like $100-$200 a month. You go get the contact form lists, which is like $1,000 a month. You get 14 million contact forms, right? But again, you don't need to do that right out of the gate. You could start out scraping your own websites, or maybe even getting like a couple million contact forms for like $100. Start out there, because even a couple million contact forms, if you have 2 million contact forms, my question to you is, how many leads do you need, right? If you ran the settings that I ran, I'm telling you, you would not be able to get through all these people. Like, it would be impossible. You'd get to the point where you're like, I can't do this, right?
You would have to outsource.
Then it becomes different problems. And then the next thing you're going to ask me, because we've done this in the past, like we've had a lot of successful people in these boot camps. But the next question you're going to ask me is, Chase, first of all, how do I respond to these leads? But second of all, how do I sell? How do I get on the phone and sell all these people, right? And how do I outsource it? And then how do I hire VAs? And so as soon as we solve one problem, you're going to have another problem. So just trust me on this. Like, no matter what we do, there's going to be another problem. Okay.
It's a good problem, so we're good.
It's good problems, but I'm just saying, like, in general, like I've literally made it so that, you can literally send 14 million messages. Like, that alone, you know what I mean, is like, not a lot of people know that you can do that, right? Like, it's pretty insane that you're even able to do that in the first place. And, at some point we probably won't be able to do this, right? Once enough people learn how to do this. So take advantage of it while you can. And, there you go. Anything else before we go to the next part?
All right. Quick question. Do you know any way to, I was trying to make another Gmail account and it said that I used my phone number too many times. Do you know a workaround or anything that you suggest to get around that, or something besides Gmail to use, or like a burner phone number or something to use?
Yeah. So what I do is I don't know if you have an iPhone or a Android.
Yeah,
I think it's
have
on
an
both.
iPhone.
This app right here, it's called Burner app. I'll actually put it in the spreadsheet.
Okay.
Yeah. I think the phone number, like, you can get a legit phone number for like $1. Yeah, that's how I set up my Gmails.
There's another one called Second Line that does the same thing. That's really cheap like that too, just so you guys know.
Yeah, I mean, it's all sort of the same thing, right?
As long as you can. Pool also, Chase. That's really good. That's like 50 cents. You just rent the number and get it.
What, the burner app? Didn't I send you this, Jeff? I think I might have.
Oh, smspool.net.
Oh.
If you go to smspool.net, it's so cheap. You don't have a burner phone. It just rents the phone for a bit. You get the code sent to it and you copy and paste it.
This does the same thing though, Jeff. It's only like $1. I mean, I'm sure it's pretty much.
We're probably all the same. I don't know.
Yeah. Anyways, so yeah, use whatever you want. Yeah, you could also use Go High Level if you wanted to. What's GHL? We'll definitely talk about that. Yeah. Okay, so I just want to make sure we're. By the way, we should have timestamps in here soon. And then you can just click on these different parts. But so far, let's go through the checks. Does everybody have their affiliate link for the boot camp? Yes, no, maybe so.
Yep.
I'm starting it now.
Sweet. Gmail. Everybody have it.
How do I get mine? Is it something I find out in the first video?
Yes, it's the first. Yeah, most of the checks on this first part is the first video. So if you haven't done this stuff yet, you need to go through the first video.
Gotcha. Figured I should ask while I had you.
Yep. Okay. Gmail.
Do we need multiple accounts? Like, do you use more than one for each product?
So it's more about having aliases, right? Like, if you're sending out a bunch of messages, ideally you don't want to be like, let's say you go and send out 2 million messages. Let's say you get those contact forms with 2 mil on them, or 14 mil, whatever you get. And then you go and you send out 2 million messages with, Ryan Bobby at gmail.com, right? Mm-hmm. You're not going to want to use that again. That's basically burnt, because you don't want to keep sending from the same alias. That's how you can kind of get in trouble. So ideally you want to go to a separate alias. Now, there's also something that you can do called, this is something that Ryan's trained people on, but it's called one-click opt-out. And if you're sending a bunch of messages from the same alias, ideally you're supposed to have some sort of unsubscribe in the footer so that people, and then you can add them to the blacklist. And he's created a way to be able to let people click on it, and then it automatically adds them to the blacklist.
This is as a workaround on that. Can't you do the +1 trick with your Gmail address to basically make it look like it's a different address?
You know
what I'm talking about?
I'm going to just say this right now. Everything that we talk about is for educational purposes. Okay. You guys need to go do your own research on like laws in your area and, you know, what you're allowed to do and what you're not allowed to do. But technically you're not supposed to spam people with, you know, the same business offer and business name over and over and over. Because technically you can get in trouble for that. So
yeah, it's like a privacy issue thing.
Right. So ideally you have different aliases, different, you know, quote unquote businesses that you send offers from, right?
Okay.
So anyways, to answer your question, ideally you have multiple Gmails, right? Ryan, Bobby, and then you have, you know, Mr. Person at Gmail. I don't know, whatever. So
are you like making them, telling them your real name at some point, or are you just keeping up the charade?
Well, no, I mean, there's different ways to do this, right? So like, for example, in GSA, you can choose not to put any name. You can have a name randomizer, right? You could have every single name be different. And so again, my thing is that I'm going to just show you what I've done and what I've seen work. And then you guys can determine how you want to run it. You know, do you want to be completely randomized alias? Do you want to run it from an actual, I mean, you could run this technically from an actual business and just have like an opt-out in it. But anyways, what I do is I'll create an alias and then I will reach out to a bunch of people. And then when they respond, I'll say, hey, that was my, you know, my business name, my name, you can call me Chase. Right. And then that's how I can kind of integrate. Because at some point when people respond and they, you know, especially if you're getting on the phone, you know, you're going to have to tell them your real name at some point, right? Unless you're just going to keep the charade forever and then just never tell them your real name. I don't know if I'd recommend that because, you know, at some point, if you're going to want to tell them. Deborah says, cold calling, you can call anyone you want, personal first. Yeah. You know, it's funny. I was actually thinking about like trying to like hire a call center at some point and just see like run tests on that. Anyways, we're getting off topic. Okay. So Gmail done, affiliate link done, hopefully. GSA website contact done. I'm going to keep going through this until people tell me they've had any problems with this stuff. Except for those who haven't watched the replay. VPS done. RDP done if you have a Mac. Capture breaker done, or it will be done. This will be in the homework. Proxies done. Contact forms done, hopefully, after today. Any questions about what we've gone through so far before we go to the next thing? And by the way, if you... Yeah, go ahead.
This is Lorenzo. Listen, I signed up for the sign up. What the setup.
Yep.
What do I need
so
to do
send
to
me
get
a message and we'll send you the intake. I did send out the intake to everyone that got it, but if you didn't see it in your email, feel free to reach out to me either on Discord or on email and I can respond with the intake form.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep. And if anybody does need help with this and they're like, I don't know how to do this myself, I just need you to go and set it up for me, Chase, you can go grab the setup here. And we even have an affiliate on this too. So you can go and sell this if you want to go sell it, the done for you setup as an affiliate. But basically we just go and set up all this stuff on your own server for you. But any questions about this so far?
I have a question, but it's about what is the Discord? Can someone put that in the chat?
Yes, I will go and put this in the spreadsheet as well. It's discord.gg/Shinify. Let me just do it here. And I put it in the chat. Oh, I guess I need... There you go. But yeah, if you just tag me on Discord, I can help you out. in the public chat. And I believe we did briefly cover that as well on the first call. Okay, so if there's no questions about this, we will go into your offer. All right. So let's talk about getting you an offer going. Okay, so far we've covered like sending the messages. Now we need to talk about actually like selling something, selling a product, selling a service, selling whatever you want. Okay. Now, ideally, you got to decide what you want to sell. Okay. If you sell a service, you're going to make more money up front, but less money in the long run. And this isn't always the case. You can get people on reoccurring, but essentially services are very hard to scale because as you start to automate services, you start giving people more and more money, you know, people doing the fulfillment, people doing the customer service, all that stuff. And eventually it becomes a huge headache. But if you just want money in the door, services are a great way to just bring in money as fast as possible. Okay. Affiliate, right? Less money up front, but long-term, usually more money because you don't have to think about it. You can scale it, right? So, for example, with something like High Level, I just got paid out. This was at like 15 grand, but they pay me out like between some of the money I'm not allowed to say and some of the money that I am allowed to say, I get paid out anywhere between, you know, what is it? Like 30 to 40 grand a month. Okay. So, that's a lot of money reoccurring, right? MRR. Monthly reoccurring revenue is amazing because you don't have to pay attention to it. It just comes in every single month. You don't have to worry about it. Okay. Now, ideally, you do something like a hybrid. Okay. And obviously you go sell a course as well. If you wanted to do like your own boot camp, you could do that. But, usually doing this, you have to start building a following, which means you have to start doing videos, start being an influencer. And what I've seen from most people who follow me, this isn't a good route for most people because I'll be honest with you, a lot of people, not only are they not wanting to do video, but when they do video, you know, they need a lot of coaching when it comes to creating videos. So ideally, you do some sort of like service / affiliate hybrid. And how do you do that? Okay, so what you do is you offer a lot of free stuff up front. And what does that mean? Okay. So, for example, the person that I just reached out to from the contact forms that just sent me the response that said they wanted to pay, right? I did a video for them and I said, listen, here's what's wrong with your website. Let me show you the video here. I don't know if you guys can hear this. Can I play this? Why can I not play this video? Oh, here it is. Oh, it's because it's behind Zoom. That's why. All right. I have like 5 monitors, guys. Sorry about this. Anyways, I don't know if you can hear this, but basically what I did is I went through their website. I said, you know, here's where you're at with your keywords. Here's where you're at with, you know, looks like you're on WordPress. I just did like a quick run through on their website, right? And remember, if you don't want to do this, you can always hire somebody to do this for you, like a VA, right? $2 an hour, $3 an hour. You can have them run through these audits for people. But here we go. Look at this. Showing them all these things that we can do for them. Cool. All right. Now, what we could do in this case is we could offer them some sort of free thing up front, right? What's something that we could offer them for free up front? You know, a free setup on some sort of tool, right? So, for example, we could even offer to set them up on this, right? We could offer to set them up on High Level. We could offer, like any of the affiliates in here, we could offer to set them up on. And again, if you don't want to do the setup, you could always hire somebody on somewhere like Online Jobs. And you could have them get on the phone and do the setup for you. But ideally, what you can do is once you get your foot in the door and you offer them something for free, first of all, you get the affiliate when they renew, right? So if you, for example, set them up on High Level for free, or Customers AI for free or any of these tools for free, they keep the tool, you start making the monthly reoccurring revenue. Okay. And so that can kind of be your loss leader up front, where you give away something for free, but worst case scenario, if they don't hire you for the service, you still have them as an affiliate on your thing that you gave them for free. Okay. Now, you don't have to offer free stuff up front, but I'm just saying you probably get more people taking your offer. And then once you build a relationship and they know that they can trust you, then you could even offer them a service. Like, hey, we'll go and set you up with the infinite traffic system. It's $300 or $500, or, we'll set you up on any of these other tools, right? It's $300 for our Customers AI setup. It's, $400 for our radar setup. Like, you could have all these different setups. Now, again, if you didn't want to do it the service way, you could offer a DIY option. How do you do that? Well, you find some sort of content that you point them to, and they go and learn it themselves. And just know that the conversion rate will be lower if you're teaching people DIY, because everybody wants stuff done for them. They don't want to do anything themselves. Okay. So you will get sales on the DIY, but you'll get more sales on the DFY, if that makes sense. Any questions about that so far?
No, it makes sense.
Okay. All right. So either way, we need a way to sell them things. Okay. So let's just say in the scenario with this one person that they gave us their phone number, let's say we reach out to this person, and before we reach out to them, what do we need to do? We need to figure out what we can help them with. Okay. So the way we can do that is we can copy this link, go to their website. We already know that the website loads slowly. That's a problem. Really slow website. That could be the first thing that we say. And then we can use like auditing tools to go through these websites. Okay. So if we go into this tool, Shine Ranker, this is one of our first tools we built. We can go into the traffic checker and we can see what are they showing up for? And most people are not going to show up for anything. So that's a big problem, right? Most people don't have anything that they can, get traffic or leads for. So that could be the first thing that we say. We say, hey, look, you're not showing up for anything on Google. We need to do some keyword research for you, right? Another thing we can do is plug them into the audit tool. See what they're showing up for on their website. Not showing up for, but what's on their website. We can see they have no Google Analytics. Their response time's really slow. We saw that already, right? And so there's already stuff that we can help them with. Now, whether or not you give them something for free up front is up to you or not. But, one thing you could give away for free is how to help them get set up with the Google Analytics, or maybe, page speed optimization. Another thing we see is that they don't have their heading tag and their title. And then what we can end up doing is leading them to a full audit. And if you're not familiar with, we have another spreadsheet, which is our SEO spreadsheet. But we can actually offer to set them up with something like this, where we go and run through and find all the different problems with their website. Do they have keyword research? Do they have thank you pages? Like all the different things you'd want to do from an audit perspective. Or if you didn't want to do any of the SEO stuff, you could help them get set up on the other stuff, like just the different affiliates that we have. So again, remember what I'm saying here is what's going to happen is you're going to be talking to a large, diverse range of people, and you have to determine what you want to sell them. Okay. And how you want to sell it. But the choice is yours on how you can angle it. Okay. So for example, with this one person I just talked to, I sent them a message. They said, yes, I'm interested. I sent them a text and I said, hey, what can I do to help you? And they said, well, I need help with my website. Right. And then I shot them a video. I used a screen recording tool. I shot them a video. I said, here's what's wrong. And I offered them a full analysis. Right. But another way to do this is you could offer them a full analysis of this spreadsheet. Right? The, whatever it is, the
roadmap.
The roadmap. Yeah. You could say, you know, do you have customers AI yet? Do you have high level yet? Do you have any of these other things? So what I want you guys to figure out for when we meet next time is, what do you want to sell? You know, are you interested in selling a service? Are you interested in selling an affiliate? Are you interested in selling both? You guys tell me.
Definitely a hybrid of both.
Yeah. And are you planning on doing it yourself? Are you planning on outsourcing it?
I would start doing it myself a little bit and then outsource different pieces of the tasks that I want.
Right. Yep. That's what I would recommend, is probably doing like a combination where you start out learning it, doing it yourself, understanding it, and then passing it off to somebody else. Because ideally, you don't really want to automate anything you don't understand, right? So part of doing this process is understanding the setup, doing it yourself. Once you have it automated, once you know how to do it, right, go and give it to somebody else and then train them on the system, right? So
Chase, is there anywhere to go for I mean, I know there's sites out there, obviously, but where do you recommend we go to look at the different affiliate offers? I personally have a service that I want to eventually sell, but I want to figure out how to use the system with something other than that in the beginning.
Yeah. So this checklist we have has like 400 different tools that you can go through. There's also a website called There's an AI for that. And this website has like 27,000 tools on it. So yeah, either one. The thing about
Future Tools is pretty good too.
Yeah, Future Tools has a lot. But ideally you want to find the affiliates that have the highest payouts, right? And what I recommend is signing up for a free partner stack account, because they have a lot of affiliates that you can apply to through their app. And basically what Partner Stack is it's just a bunch of different affiliates that you can promote. And then all of your affiliates are kind of like in one place here. And then you can choose which ones. Now, again, I want to give it a disclaimer to people who are doing straight affiliate, right? Do not send traffic directly to the affiliate on the front end. Because what's going to happen is, if you don't have like a opt-in or something in between, a lot of these affiliates are going to get complaints, right? They're going to say, why is somebody spamming me with your link? And so ideally, you have to have some sort of warm-up sequence before you bring people to the affiliate, unless you're going to promote something like a Warrior Plus offer, which, by the way, I've seen people, I literally had somebody message me one time. It was so crazy to me. I couldn't believe it. I've seen people go to Warrior Plus, go through the different affiliate links, right? Because there's tons of affiliate links on Warrior Plus, so you can promote whatever you want. And Warrior Plus is basically like ClickBank. It's like the same thing. And what they've done, they went and found like an affiliate that they thought was good, like this one, right? They took just the copy of the page like this, threw it into GSA with their affiliate link, and literally within like 24 hours, they made, I think it was like $600 or $700 in sales. So there are affiliates that you can literally just send straight traffic to, and you can make a lot of money on. But it's more like rolling the dice. You don't know if one's going to do really well. I mean, I've done affiliates in the past where I've promoted, let me show you. I've promoted affiliates and made, a lot of money. Usually the affiliates that make a lot of money, though, I'm like sending some of my own traffic to. But like this was an offer I sent traffic to. It made $123, right? From GSA. This was another one. It made like $5. So, some of them will make money. It's just when you're doing this, again, remember, you're literally just like sending traffic straight to an affiliate link, no warm up, completely anonymous email. And so the chances of you making sales on it are a lot lower. But I mean, I remember back in the day when Jasper first came out, this affiliate tool, we sent, I think I got 800 trials on this tool, literally 800 trials with just contact forms. But again, they got really, really mad at me. So because most of these affiliates, they don't want you sending traffic directly to them. And so that's why instead you send people to some sort of like bridge page where they enter their email, and then they get redirected to like an affiliate link like this. And then as you build up your email list, then you can start, selling the more well-known offers, because you have a list that, they're not going to be mad at you if you're marketing to them because they're on your list. Alan says, Chase, I'm feeling more than overwhelmed. How do I set up a quick call with you? You can reach out to, you can ask me here, or you can reach out to me on Discord. So do you make a landing page for each affiliate offer? I think what I'm going to have to do on this next class is I might have to directly tell everybody exactly what to do, because it sounds like there's a lot of people in here that I guess you guys would be happier if I just directly told you what to do instead of gave you the options. Is that what I'm hearing? Quick one-on-one call.
Hey, Chase.
Yeah, I think that's the case.
Just
All
to
at different
construct
levels.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think if we branch out into whatever you want to do, but at least say maybe one thing to completion, and then we can use our brain and apply it. You know what I mean? Don't be as afraid to show us that one offer, because we're not all just going to copy your one offer. I'm not going to do that. So I don't know, just some
so
advice you didn't ask for.
I think the test that I showed at the beginning would probably be the best thing to start with, right? Tell people, hey, there's a website issue that you have, right? I noticed a few issues on your website. You could literally directly copy this, right? And then when they respond, get on the phone with them and walk them through what you think you could help them with. That's pretty straightforward, right?
Hello, this is Ryan Matt Borden, aka Loopline. I'm going to cover a video here on how to set up Scrapebox. Pretty basic. Sorry for any background noise. Things here in these days with COVID, I'm all over the place, but I wanted to get this up because some people really asked how to do this. So you should get an email as soon as you purchase Scrapebox. It's going to come to your purchase email address. If you purchase Scrapebox with PayPal, it will come to your primary PayPal email address. So you can go into PayPal and look and see what your primary email is. If you purchase Scrapebox with a credit card, at the time of purchase, you will put in an email address and it will go to that email. You will get a receipt from PayPal to that email address, and you will also get an email within about 10 seconds from Scrapebox saying, hey, thanks for purchasing. Here is a download link, but the download link is very basic. It's scrapebox.com/payment received. You can just type out pay, like scrapebox.com/pay, for example, and it will fill in the rest for you automatically, and it's going to take you here. Now you have a choice. If you're using Windows, you can download the Windows 32-bit version, which I would not do unless you only have a 32-bit version of Windows. If you have Windows 64-bit, obviously that's the way to go, and Apple Mac is 64-bit these days by default is the only option. So you can download it appropriately. Once you activate your Scrapebox license, the purchase is universal, but once you come here, if you download Mac and you activate it, it is forever a Mac license. And if you wanted to use it on Windows later, you need to buy a Windows license. If you come here and you download Windows and install it on Windows and activate it, it is forever a Windows license. If you want to then use Mac later natively, you would have to buy a Mac license. So that is important to keep in mind. I have Windows 64-bit. I'm going to download it here, and I'm going to choose where I want to save it. You may automatically get saved in a downloads folder. Like this is Firefox. It probably pops up a little download thing up here, or Chrome pops up something down here. Everyone's different. I'm sure you can download a file. So I'm going to pause it. I'm going to download the file. And I'm still in the download process, but I thought it was important to note, on Mac, you install the software and it puts it where it needs to be. On Windows, you create a folder, and you want to put that folder either in your desktop or in your documents folder. You do not want to just go sticking this directly on the C drive. You don't want to stick it in Dropbox. You don't want to stick it in any other kind of cloud drive or randomly, because the permissions that are required for this to run properly are ideal in the desktop or in the documents folder. And if you put it right on the desktop and run it, it's going to create a bunch of folders all over your desktop. That's not really ideal. So I just created a folder on my desktop called Scrapebox. I'm going to download it into that folder and let it download. Now it popped up here, and I'm going to go ahead and open this file location. Again, show in folder rather. Again, I could have just done this, and in Windows you have to unzip it. I believe you have to unzip it in Mac as well. And I'm just going to go right here and extract all. and extract, and it's just extracted it here into a new folder. I don't really care for it inside this subfolder, so I'm going to move it and put it right back in this main folder and then delete it. I could have extracted all and just chose this folder, but anyways, just showing you options. Now that we're here, it's really easy. You're just going to click it and run it. You can also, of course, right click here on Windows and just go in here, and it's creating all of these files and folders that it needs and downloading information, as you can see, that it needs. But I can right click on the Scrapebox file and send to, I don't know if you can see it there, probably not because it's off the screen, and send to desktop and create a shortcut, and then I have a shortcut on my desktop, and that's really handy. But once Scrapebox runs, it does a bunch of downloading and then it has to restart, and I clicked OK and it is now restarted, and now we have it here. Now this is already activated on this computer. If I was not activated on this computer, what would happen is I would have an activate button, and what I'm going to do actually is simulate that, so allow me a moment. Alright, so what I've done is I logged onto a server where I do not have Scrapebox installed, and I'm just going to run it, and it will probably pop up with a security warning, and I am just going to uncheck that and run it. It's publisher Gunter Kramer, that's correct, and we are going to run it, and it should pop up with something like this. Now my fonts are a little wonky on this particular server. I got to fix that, but that don't matter. Scrapebox just adjusts. It's going to pop up with this automatically, and it's going to say, it appears you do not have an active Scrapebox license. No, I don't have one activated for this computer. I'd like to activate it now. Or you can punch in an email address if you already have one activated. Obviously, we just purchased, so we're going to go ahead and activate it now. Now, this is where we enter our name. This is just your real for life name, so just put your real name in here. I'm just going to put there. Now, we put in our PayPal email address. Again, this is either your primary PayPal email address if you purchase with PayPal, or if you used a credit card, then it is going to be whatever email address you put in during purchase. But either way, this is the email address that you got both the PayPal receipt and the Scrapebox welcome email sent to. So I'm just going to make up nonsense here and put nonsense@nonsense.com. I don't even think I spelled it right, but whatever your email address is, you put that in, and then you're going to enter your transaction ID. If you purchase with PayPal, this is 17 digits, and it's a combination of letters and numbers that looks something like this, where it's just 17 digits, and these are obviously usually capitalized, I guess, and it'll look something like this, and it'll be 17 digits long, right? So we get this all the way out here to 17 digits, whatever that is, and we submit details, and that's it. If we purchase with a credit card, it will be in a receipt ID format, and it looks like this. It is 16 digits along with 3 dashes. So 4 digits, a dash, 4 digits, and a dash. Anyways, it looks like this. And so that's what you're looking for. That will be in the receipt email either way that PayPal sent you, and if you purchased with PayPal, it will be in your PayPal account. Once you enter that information, you're going to click submit. It's not going to work for me because I'm making up nonsense here, but it's going to say please verify the details you entered, and we entered them all, and we hit submit. And once we're verified, and I guess it actually did take it, your activation request was successfully sent. Activate your license. Can take up to 12 hours. Please be patient. They manually activate all licenses, so it can actually take up to 12 hours, usually doesn't, but if you email them in 3 minutes asking why it's not activated, all you're going to do is get pushed to the bottom of the stack because it's going to get flagged for support, and it's going to slow down the activation process. So please just be patient, wait for up to 12 hours, and you'll get an email at that email address that you entered. Again, the email of your license, they'll send you an email saying, hey, your Scrapebox license is activated and you're ready to go. At that point, you need to restart Scrapebox. It will not work until you restart it, so if you leave it set here, it's going to stay like this. You got to close it down and start it up again, and then it will work. And again, you can use the desktop shortcut or just starting it up there, and it'll start up. Obviously, it has not done this yet, but you'll know because it'll say we're currently processing your activation. So if you want to restart it every couple of hours just to see, you're good to go. But again, just check your email and you're set. And once it is done, it will look like this. And so I'm just back on my local machine, and Scrapebox is good to go. If you're not up to date, you can go ahead obviously and hit the update button here. If you have version number, your version in green, you're up to date. Otherwise, before you get started, you probably want to click update and make sure you're using the latest version, because on occasion the download server doesn't get synced, and so you might be downloading like one version behind to get started, which is fine. And then once you're activated, just click update, or maybe they came out with a new update in the process of activation, and so just click update and then you're ready to go. This video we're going to cover proxies as they relate to contact form posting. Now you'll run across 4 basic categories of proxies out there: private proxies, shared private proxies, public proxies, and another category which has several names, such as reverse proxies, back connect proxies, rotating proxies, etc. So I'm only going to focus on ones that'll do everything, and there's 2 basic components here. There's scraping, such as getting keywords, getting URLs from Google, Bing, etc., search engines, and then the actual posting of the contact forms or submitting of the contact forms and sending the message. So there are 2 types there that'll do everything, and that's private and shared private proxies. Public proxies are good for part of it, scraping, or they can be. They're not good for sending the actual contact form. And the other, rotating, reverse, back connect, they are really not great for the sending side of things. They can lower success rates. So we're going to ignore those, and we're going to talk about private and shared private. Private and shared private are more or less the same thing, with one big difference. 2 big differences, I guess. A private proxy is you have exclusive control of the proxy. So you get the proxy and you're the only one using it. Shared private proxies are just, as you might think, they're private proxies, but they're shared. So usually they're shared between 2 or 3 people. So what happens is you talk to the provider, you tell them what you're doing, and let's say in this case we're submitting contact forms. Proxies are used for other things too, like to buy sneakers or to buy tickets from Ticketmaster and that sort of thing. So they will then pair you up with someone who wants to use the proxies for Ticketmaster, and you can use them for contact form posting, and there's no conflict there, and you get to lower price is the deal. So private proxies have a total exclusivity but the highest price, and shared private proxies are less expensive per proxy, but they're shared between 2 or 3 people. Personally, myself, I use shared private proxies for everything, and I have for many years. Private proxies are absolutely fine as well, and depending on the pricing configuration, what you need, it might even be better to just buy private proxies. For example, some places only sell shared proxies in a huge allotment, but they'll sell private proxies in a much lower allotment, and we don't really need a lot of proxies to make this happen. So how many proxies do we need? Usually they allow 10 concurrent connections per proxy, which means 10 messages being sent, or 10 threads being scraped from a search engine, although you probably don't want to do that many, at one time per proxy. So for 99.9% of the people here, 10 private proxies is going to be plenty, because that gives you 100 potential connections, and unless you're going to try to sell this as a service to someone, you just don't need more than that. So I'm not going to show you how to buy proxies from a website, because it's really basic. You click on what you want and you check out and you get the proxies, just like buying anything else. The provider that we recommend will be in here somewhere with the video, either in the notes of the video or that sort of thing, and you can click on that, and those are the ones that I use and that Chase was using, and away we go. We already know they're good. And so you can get proxies from other people, though that's just the place we use. And so once you have the proxies, they come in this format here. And I should say they don't necessarily come in this format, but this is the format that we need for Scrapebox. IP, port, username, password, with a colon in between each one. For this purpose, IPv6 proxies will not work. You need IPv4 proxies. 99% of the proxies you're going to run into are IPv4 proxies, including the place that we use, but that's what it is. So it'll look something like this in functionality. It might be a proxy that looks something like this, and then you're going to have a port on it. Could be all kinds of things, and then a username, and then a password. There are also IP authenticated proxies, that is where you give the proxy provider your IP address of your machine or your VPS, and they authenticate off of that, in which case you have no username and no password. So it just looks simply like this. In either case, the place we're using is like this, where it has a password. However, there's not a wrong answer here. It's whatever you want to do. And all you do is you grab the proxy and you copy it and you paste it in here. And so let's just clear this out and I can show you. You would just paste it in here just like this. So let me bring back Word here and grab this. And you paste it in and just hit save. And it's there. Also, of course, you can load in a text file. And then if you'd like to test out your proxies, you can click Manage, Test Proxies, Test All Proxies. This is going to fail because I just made it up. But normally it would say under the anonymous test passed, and then Google test passed as well. I have it set to skip the testing of Google. So if you're not going to use Google, it doesn't matter, and that's a whole nother video. But anyways, you're just basically looking for this anonymous test to say, in green, usually the text will be green, it'll say successfully passed. And so once you have successfully passed proxies, you're good to go. And just so you can see it, I actually loaded in some of mine and hit test here, and we will see as it goes through here in about 5 seconds, it says passed. And that's it. And you're good to go. And when you're done, you can, if you need to filter proxies, you can go here and filter and keep proxies which pass the anonymous test, because every once in a while, even if you buy, like I got 50 proxies in the stack, sometimes you buy them, 1 or 2 goes down here and it might come back up in 10 minutes. It's rare, but it does happen. But anyways, once you're done, you're good to go, and you can save the proxies and save them back to the proxy list, which just puts them right back in here. And then you're ready to go. You don't have to test proxies. You can just load them and then start working with them. The test doesn't make them work or not work. It only has a determination on, it's a simple way to make sure that you can see that you have the proxies loaded in there in the right format. And that's it. That's all you have to do with proxies, and you're ready to go. So in the last video, we talked about proxies. If you're watching these in kind of an order, we're progressing through the quadrants here. We start here and progress this way for the contact form posting. Next, we need some keywords, because we're going to use our keywords then to get the contact form URLs. So generally, you're going to take a niche that you're going to do. So I'm going to do, like Chase did in the video, holistic doctors. And then you might include a location, like he was doing Santa Barbara, California, because that's where he lives. So in the resources section, I'm going to include a list of all the zip codes in the USA, as well as all of the city and state combinations. City and state combinations are based from Yellow Pages, because I figure there's probably a few other city and state combinations that Yellow Pages doesn't cover, but they probably have like 8 people in the town, and it probably really isn't worth the effort. So I just went for, the main ones there, and I think there's like 16,000, so it's not like it's a small list. Those will be in the resources section, and in the next video, I will tell you how to, or in a video, I will tell you how to use this merge function right here and merge in all your keywords with all of your locations and that sort of stuff, and make it all fast and easy with a few clicks. However, in this video, we're just going to work with holistic doctors. So I'm just going to grab this keyword. I'm going to copy it for simplicity's sake. We're going to go to Scrape and Keyword Scraper here, and I'm going to paste this in. You could type them in here. You could load a list. You can also get list from May, and that brings it in here. We're going to select our sources. I'm going to just use Google Suggest. You could use these other ones if it makes sense to you. I'm going to use Google Suggest. Google Suggest is Google, and it is going to give you the keywords. And then you have different languages. If you need to work in other countries and languages and that sort of thing, you can, I guess I should say, this doesn't come like this. You can add in your own Googles, which is really beyond the scope of this video. These are all ones I've added in. But Google.com is obviously English, and there's levels of 1 through 4. So level 1, it's going to pick up all the suggestions for holistic doctors. And then if we go level 2, it'll take all of those suggestions that it got for holistic doctors and put those in and pick up all the suggestions for those. So it's crawling levels deep into keyword scraping. I'm just going to do 2 levels deep for simplicity. I did choose to use proxies. Usually if you're not doing a ton of keywords, you can get away without proxies here. But I already have proxies loaded. It's simple. It's easy. And then we have a list of keywords. Now there's a ton of settings down here and different options that you're welcome to mess with them, but they don't necessarily help us a ton here. We can remove keywords containing certain things. So if you have stop words, or if you have words that you must have, you can remove keywords not containing. There's some other filters in there, but I'm just going to say that these are all good. So I'm going to export these and save them. You could save them to a file. I'm going to save them to the keyword memo, which is just this back here. And then I'm just going to work with them right here. From here, we turned our one keyword into 53. Now, if I loaded 53 keywords in across every location, like 16,000 locations in the USA, obviously that would be a lot of options. But assuming that you want to work in a more local area, then you need some relevant keywords, because you can only get so many results. It's a maximum of 1,000 URLs or contact form pages from a given keyword. However, Google, this is assuming you're using search engines like Google and Bing and that sort of thing, they all cap at 1,000. However, a lot of them soft cap shorter than that, so Google soft caps around 300 results or less a lot of times. So you may get less than 300 results per keyword, so it's useful to have other ones in there. So now you can just look through here, and 53 isn't going to be too bad. You can eyeball that pretty fast. If you need to make a bigger keyword list, you can, but it's probably worth your time to sit down for a few minutes and at least figure out some words you don't want, and then maybe use the filtering to get rid of those. But holistic doctors in New Jersey that take insurance. So maybe it's holistic doctors that take insurance. That could be a good keyword to bring up some results. Holistic medicine, Charlotte, North Carolina. I don't really want Charlotte, North Carolina, because I can pick my locations there, but I just do want holistic medicine. African American holistic doctors. Again, I'm going to get rid of the location. I'm looking, my purpose here is to get base keywords. I can merge them with locations in a couple of clicks and that sort of thing. I'm just looking for a base keyword list. Ideally, I'm going to save this, save it to a file, and then I have it to work with later, so I know my niches, and away you go. And so you could just take these keywords like it is and hammer away on contact forms, but some of them may not apply, like Tampa, Florida, holistic practitioner. See, that's a different word. And then holistic doctor is written a little bit differently, and that sort of thing. And so I don't even know what this is, hemopathic. Anyways, so we can go through here, but some things may not apply. Like, let's say that I saw some when I was messing around with this earlier that talked about like how to get an education as a holistic doctor. Well, that obviously isn't really a holistic doctor. You're going to wind up with a list of schools, right? So some of those may not make sense to have. And another cool thing you can do is, so now that we're reducing these to base keywords, holistic practitioners, etc., when we're done, we have a more option here, and we can remove duplicates. Now, that got rid of one, but as we reduce them more down here to base keywords, then see here, well, near me, if it said like a state here, then we'd wind up with two that are the same. So that's useful. There's no point in scraping duplicate keywords because you're going to get the same results. And so that's basically it. So save those to file, and you have a list of keywords. In this video, we're going to cover the merge function. In the keywords video, we talked about holistic doctors and keywords, so I reduced it down to just 4 keywords here. Let's say I have a list of cities that I want to merge with these, so that I can get all the cities around me for my holistic doctor keywords. So I just pulled up, you might have a list, you can type it out, but I just pulled up Google for a list of cities in Michigan. I happen to live in Detroit, and so this will give us a list of cities by population, actually. So I'm just going to grab like maybe the first 10 here, and I'm going to copy these, and you can probably find a text file without all this extra data. It's pretty easy to clean up, and so I'm gonna paste that in Notepad and just see what happens here. So we don't have, it's not too bad. So give me like 30 seconds. I'm gonna clean this up, and through the power of video, that was a fast 30 seconds. And so they're cleaned up. Probably I could have pasted that in Excel and then just stripped out the middle column. Also, you can search in Google for like plain text lists, but so if it takes you 5 minutes to get your list of cities, really, it's not that bad. Anyway, so let's say I have my list of cities here, my top 10 cities by population, state of Michigan, and I'm going to merge these with holistic doctors. Now, I could sit here and copy and paste all this out. Now, that would take some time, but this is really easy. Scrapebox has this merge function here, and it'll merge this list with this list. Now, you can just mash it together, but you can have specific control over your merging. So I can put in this %KW%. And that will be replaced by my keywords, every single one of them. So it's going to come in and get holistic practitioners and then merge it in here with Detroit, and it's going to get holistic doctors and merge it with Detroit, and so on and so forth. So let's just do that real quick. I'm just going to copy this, and again, you could do this in Excel or any way that you wanted. You could also probably do some find replace stuff really nicely and quickly, but this is really easy. So let's save this file, and then I'll show you how it works. And I have saved it, and we're going to click this merge button here, and I can see my file here, Michigan merge file. Obviously call it whatever you want. I'm just going to click that, and we can see it merged it in. Each one of them got the word Detroit on the end, then it moved to Grand Rapids, and so now we have all of our city combinations. And again, I have a list of all of the zip codes in the USA, and then all of the cities as is important to Yellow Pages, so that probably leaves out some cities with population 16, but you know, everything that's relevant of any consequence at all that Yellow Pages thinks is important, I pulled the list of locations from them, and I will include those in the resources section, but you could merge in the whole thing. So if you wanted to work with holistic doctors across the whole United States, because I don't know how many holistic doctors there are, right? Maybe there's 38,000, maybe there's 1,200. So if you're working in a super narrow niche, you might need to go broad in your location, whereas if you're working in a really broad niche like restaurants in New York, you might need to go real narrow in your location to kind of stay close. So that is how you can use the merge function. You can also just merge in any kind of file. So if I just put in Detroit here, and then let me save that. And so I just changed this to one keyword, and then Detroit, Michigan here, and then let's do merge. And we have Michigan merge file too. And so if you do not use the %KW% as a token to control where your keywords go in at, it just sticks this on the beginning. So it takes whatever you have here and mashes it in here. And so it would work. But I like to be simpler and put my locations on the other side of it, or you might want to control it however you want, because maybe you're working with doctors and you have holistic doctors, and then you have naturopath doctors, and I don't even know what all these doctors are, but you can have a list you can merge. You can even merge files, like I'll do 2 or 3 deep, where I'll have one merge file here and merge it together, and then take these results and merge it. That's way overkill. But that's how merging works, and you can merge a whole lot of things together really easily with a few clicks. Ryan Matt Borden here, aka Loopline. In this video, we're going to cover Yellow Pages scraping for utilizing keywords to get potential contact form URLs. So there's a couple of moving parts here, but in the other video we looked at how to use the keyword scraper to get keywords, and then we're going to have a video on harvesting from Google and Bing and that sort of thing. But we can also harvest from Yellow Pages. So Yellow Pages is just another tool. It is a premium plugin that is an additional purchase investment for Scrapebox. So you can go to premium plugin, show available, and you can go to Yellow Pages plugin and see at the time of this video it is $37 if you would like to purchase it. It is not required or necessary, but it is something that you might find useful because Yellow Pages is a manually curated index where the people try to sell businesses on them, and then they also hand curate it. So when I've done tests, actually we hired a VA to go through and to look at all the results of a category of Yellow Pages versus like Google for a certain amount, and even Google Maps results, and Yellow Pages was more accurate as far as relevancy to the keyword that was being searched. So Yellow Pages was in the 90% and Google was in the high 80%. Anyways, premium plugins, Yellow Pages plugin, we'll load it up. It's pretty basic as far as getting the results. There is one additional step though to get the actual contact forms. And we'll have a video really on that anyways, because it kind of relates to both if you scrape the results from Google and Bing or if you use Yellow Pages plugin. So let's just do it. So here's the Yellow Pages plugin, and we're going to load in some proxies. I'm actually just going to pause the video here and get this loaded up and stuff to save a minute and then explain it. And so actually I should just show you. You can load them straight from Scrapebox. I have them in there, or from clipboard or file. We want to make sure we hit the use box. If you're only doing like a really small bit, you could skip the proxies and just use your local IP. But Yellow Pages blocks an IP pretty fast. So if you're doing more than a few locations and one keyword, then you probably want proxies. We want yellowpages.com for USA, assuming you're doing that. We also have Australia, Canada, yell.com, which is the UK, and then Germany. But I'm going to do the US, and I'm just going to pick a random place here, Abbotsford, Wisconsin. And you also, of course, can choose, rather than selecting a location, you could choose all locations in the USA and then enter your own locations, and you can click the button and enter in whatever. And actually, since those are there, let's just use those. I'm going to put in a keyword here, and we're just going to do holistic doctors because we've been working with that. And connections 1, delay. Delay is, it only works if you put it on one connection, and this slows down the process. Similar to doing the detailed harvester when we search Google and Bing, we're trying to slow it down because it's all about speed on how fast you get the IPs blocked. So if you're not having a problem, that's great. Go for whatever works. If you're having a problem, put your connections to 1 and try increasing this delay. To get to a point where you can go through and get everything you want without getting blocked. Connect timeout and read out timeout. They're usually fine at low numbers. If you're having problems, raise these up because those would be potential issues. And then proxy retries, I just maxed this thing out. This is the number of retries, different proxies to retry before you give up. So let's say I have these 4 locations and this one keyword. If I get to Grand Rapids, Michigan, and it can't, if I have this set to 1, then, or 0, it's going to try Grand Rapids, Michigan with any proxy, and then if it can't get a result, it skips it. If I go up to 3, it'll try 3 different proxies before it skips the result, plus the original proxy, so technically 4, but this is the number of retries. So I just put this out because I want results. So I don't care if it goes through here and tries 30 different proxies if it has to get me the result. That's going to slow the process down perhaps, but I want the results. So if it takes 15 minutes longer, I don't care. Records to scrape, 0 for all. I put everything to 0. If you only want a limited amount, then by all means do that. And then we're just basically going to hit start and let it run. Start normal. It creates a session file when it's running. So if you have a bunch of keywords and a bunch of locations, or you choose all the US and choose 19 keywords, that's just a lot of queries because I think there's like 16,000 locations that Yellow Pages uses. So 16,000 times 19 keywords. I don't even know what that is, but it's a little over 300,000. So that's a lot of queries to go through, and so you can stop it at a point and it will create a session file. It'll ask you, do you want to save a session file for a later time? Hit yes, and then I'm going to hit no, but if you had hit yes, later when you hit start, you can resume a session and select that file, and it'll just pick up where it left off. And then we got some results, which is really what matters here. We can see over here the website column. We get a bunch of other stuff, which is handy and useful maybe, but either way, it doesn't really actually help us in Scrapebox. But it might be useful for you if you come back with manually combing over a list and be like, all right, I really want to, let's say you couldn't get a hold of them, but they were really just a good match. You could pick up the phone and call them. Anyways, this isn't about that. So now that we're good, we can filter these. We can remove duplicate rows based on various things. If you get into Yellow Pages, has a lot of bleed over. So the results for holistic doctors from one city in Georgia that's right next to another city in Georgia, or probably within like even maybe 100 miles, they may show up as results. So you might have the same result 10 different times because it showed up for each city. So it could be useful to remove duplicates based on a website because that's really unique, and that's what we're doing anyways. And so there I just removed duplicates based on the website. But now that we're at the end, we're just going to export these results and go ahead and save them. And I'm in a random folder here, but I'm just going to call it Yellow Pages Holistic Doctors. And I spelled doctors wrong, and let me pull that up. And so here it is. You can see it exports just like this, and basically this website column is what we're after. So we can just grab these, and I'm just going to right click and copy, and then we can go right into Scrapebox and paste them in here and then work with them. The thing you're going to notice real quick is these are just domain names, and so contact forms can be on the homepage. So some of these websites like maybe this one is like a single page, and it's just one big long page, and the menu jumps to different sections of the page. And so I want to say that last time I tested this, there was 15% of the contact forms were on the home page, and the 85% of them were on a contact us page. There's some that, like I said before, have it in a footer or a side panel, so it's on like every page of the website. But notwithstanding those, if we just look at the normal ones, 85% of the contact pages are on contact us type pages, and 15% were on the home page. So we could try to post to this, but that's leaving out 85% of it. When you do Scrapebox posting, you've got to put in the exact URL of the Contact Us page. So I'll have a separate video how we can go through and use another tool in Scrapebox that comes with it that we can then extract the Contact Us page. But that is how you can scrape results from Yellow Pages and get potential targets that we can now try to post a contact form to. In this video, we're going to go over how to extract the correct pages to load in for the contact form poster. So if you recalled from another video, Scrapebox needs the exact URL of the contact form. It can't just be a random URL on the page. It needs a random URL in the domain. It needs the exact URL. So I did some math, and I mentioned some other stats in a different video, but I did updated math just now, and this is January of 2022. 86% of the contact page had the word contact us, or contact in the page. 5% had something else. 8% was an actual homepage, so just the domain, domain.com. So just like grandparkla.org. That's it. Just on the homepage, and then 1% was totally random. And we're looking for automation here, so we're not really worried about the 1%. We're worried about the 99% that we can get, because we can submit to so much more than we can by hand. So you're going to need an add-on, and that is the link extractor add-on. If you don't have it, you can go to show available add-ons, and you find it, you click on it, you click install add-on. When you're done, you go back here to add-ons, link extractor add-on. It comes with Scrapebox. It's included with it. All the add-ons you see here are included with it. This one's the only one we're covering in this video, obviously, but all the rest are available. And we're going to use that to pull those internal pages. So we may have gotten the wrong page from Google when we scraped, or if we got Yellow Pages scrapes, a lot of them are just going to be the home page itself that we get directly from Yellow Pages. So let's dial it in here and get the actual page. Now we're going to save this list. I already have this list saved. This is just, but let's save it anyways for the sake of this video. So we're just going to do original before finding contact pages, and I'll show you why here in a couple of minutes. Now we're going to go to the add-on and link extractor. So save your original list, get it together. However, you probably already have it saved in the first place. But load, I'm going to load it from Scrapebox. We can do it from file or clipboard. And so now we only want internal links because we're just looking for the actual contact form page, which is already on these domains. We don't need either one of these. And let's look at settings. You can make your settings look kind of something like this. The number of connections, I'm running 50. If your machine and your internet and all the rest can handle it, that's great. If you need to go down to 5 or 10, that's fine. Maybe it takes a couple extra minutes. It's not that big of a deal. You could do this while you're at lunch, or minimize it, open up something over top of it and do emails or call clients or whatever. You can let this run in the background. So the rest of these through here, these settings are just fine. The 0, 0, 10, 0, and all the rest. I like to leave this checked. I won't go into it. Probably if a website has a subdomain and the contact form is there, it might be a bigger website, and we're probably not targeting huge websites anyways. Maybe they even already have an in-house SEO person. Whatever. You can do what you want there. Save links and batches of, doesn't matter. This is probably blank to start. It doesn't matter. I just have this in here because I am doing some testing and some other stuff unrelated to this video. If you are having a big problem, you could go to Google and just type into Google, just open up Firefox or Safari or whatever browser you're using, type, what is my user agent? And then just copy that and paste it in here. Again, that's probably going to happen to 1 in 10,000 people, so probably not, because we didn't sell 10,000 copies of the course. We wanted to keep it limited. But anyways, this remove URLs not containing. Remember I said the word contact. 86% of the contact pages that I found from the data have the word contact in them. Another 5% have the word page ID. Now, The contact is obviously the contact us page. The page ID is kind of a random chance because this is a structure of WordPress URLs, which you probably already know this. But anyways, it could have a contact form in it, or it could be some other random post on a page. But we're going to go ahead and take a random chance here, and it's 5%. We'll roll the dice and see what we can get. And then 8% was the home page. So once we have these two things in here, contact and page ID, I'm going to click OK, and I'm going to run it. I'm going to pull internal links, which will only take just a minute here, and it's only going to pull the links that matched our descriptors. And when it's all done, we can roll down, and it's just finishing up some last threads here. Got a few errors, no big deal. I should mention while it's finishing up, I'm not using proxies. I left this proxies box unchecked. You can, if you want to, use them, but as a general rule, you don't need to use proxies for the link extractor add-on. So we should be done now, and it's in the data folder. So let's open up the data folder, and it's this topmost list, and we can see lots of contact us. We got some page ID ones, and as we roll through here, we're going to find this one. Yeah, this one. We're going to remove duplicate domains, so this will be okay, but the way WordPress structures things, this reply to comment, it creates a URL for this. That's why we've got 80,000 in here. Don't stress out about that. All good. So let's close out of here. I'm going to dump this back in Scrapebox. I'm just going to drag it over here. You can load it however you want. You can go to import and add, or you can copy and paste it. It doesn't matter. Now I'm going to remove duplicate domains. Again, you're going to run the list suppression before you post anyways, and that's one of the 3 steps. Remove duplicate domains. So I'll let this with 113. We can see lots of contact. We have a few of the page IDs in here, and again, those are going to be a random chance. But if you remember, we started out with like 270, I think, potential domains, and now we're down to 113 that we have found internal contact pages. But remember, 8% was on the home page. So I'm going to go ahead and save this as contact us pages found. Call it whatever you want. Now I'm going to bring back in, clear that. I'm going to bring back in my, where was it? The original before finding contact pages, I had 252. So now I'm going to go ahead and, just like in list suppression, that 113 I just saved, I want to remove any of those ones that we found the actual contact page from this list. So I'm going to go here, compare on domain level, and select that contact us pages found. And now those 113 domains worth of URLs are now removed from here. So now we have 139 domains that we could not find a URL with the word contact or a potential URL with page ID in it. So that leaves us with an 8% chance that we can submit a contact form to one of these things. Now, that's not technically true. Of the pages in here that have contact forms, that are compatible with Scrapebox, we could get an 8% chance of that. That doesn't guarantee that all of these have contact forms. So all I'm trying to say is, when you're all said and done, of your successful, however many successful you get, 8% of them, as much as 8% of them can be on the actual homepage, but that doesn't mean that 8% of all domains are going to even have a contact form, if that makes sense. So 8% of your successes, and all this is based off of successes, 86% of successes had the word contact in there. But what we're going to do is we're going to trim it to root, and that's going to bring it down to just the domain name. And so now I am going to go ahead and try to submit on these pages. Since I couldn't find an internal page with the word contact or page ID, I'm going to try to see if it's on the home page. So hopefully that makes sense. Now for the actual submission, I'm going to add those two back together, because these we know don't have internal pages, so we want to try the home page. But we also want, obviously, all the ones that were found, and this import and add to. You don't want to replace, add to contact us pages. Now we have our 252 list that we started with, but all the ones that have potential contact pages we found and extracted, and on the rest of them, we're going to give it a random shot and see if we can find a contact form rather, on the actual homepage. And then from here, this is where I would then take this list and run list maintenance and apply my suppression list and my filters and remove duplicate domains. But that's a whole nother video. And that is how you can extract the actual contact pages from anything you get from Google or Bing, anything that you get from Yellow Pages, or if you have some other source to get the actual web pages in your area, then you can use the same concept. Hello. Ryan Matt Borden here, aka Loopline. In this video, I'm going to talk about list maintenance. Maintaining a list is important, just like maintaining a list of anything else is important. If you call a bunch of phone numbers of businesses manually, and some say yes, some say no, some say yes, they pay you, don't keep calling them and trying to sell them your services, they're already paying you. Some say no, we're not interested, don't keep calling them and bug them either, respect them. Because if you say no, you want people to respect you. The people who say yes, or the people who don't answer, then you keep calling those people back. That's the same thing we talked about with exporting our list of successful. We're going to go back to them every 4 weeks, every 6 weeks, every 8 weeks, every 6 months, whatever it is that your cycle needs to be. Whenever you need new customers, however often it is, you're going to go back to them. But you got to have list maintenance, because some people are going to reply to you and say, take us off your list. We're going to respect that. Some people are going to say yes, we're going to take our customers off the list too. So if I have this list of 14,000 successful ones, which I showed in a video just about exporting successful, and I want to suppress out a list of people, and I have someone who comes to me and they say, hey, my website is bobsbarbershop.com, and I don't want to be marketed to anymore. I'm going to keep that. I use Notepad. Under here there's tools, there's a text editor which you can use. Mac has its own text editors. We're just talking about basic TXT plain text files, 1 per line, right? So you can put in different things. So if you wanted to use filters too, like certain words in a domain, for example, I tend to take out the word police. I don't really want to market to police officers, websites about that. I don't want to market to attorneys. I don't want to market to .edu websites or .gov websites. I don't want to market to those. And I'm happy to upload. I have some aggressive filters that are based on different things, so I'll think it through of what makes the most sense and then upload those files to the members area as well. So you can suppress those if you want. And then I'm happy to even upload like some of my specific domains that have specifically opted out. They kind of like called me up and were grouchy. It's very few. I think there's like a dozen in 10 years, but they were like just mad people. I don't know, maybe their mom died yesterday and they're just mad, or maybe something happened and they were just having a rough day, but they got on the email or got on the phone or whatever, and we're just really frustrated. It could happen to you, it probably won't, but I'll include that list as well, just because there's no point in marketing to those people. They don't want to be marketed to. Some people don't. It's fine, we respect that. And so let's just show you how to do it. If I have a list of domains I want to remove from here, I am going to go to import URL list and select URL list to compare on the domain level. That's a fancy way of saying I'm going to take my list over here that has Bob's Barbershop and all my people have opted out and compare these domains to all the domains in my list of 14,000, and I'm going to remove all the ones here from this list. So let me just show you here. So I have this list, and it is this opt-out group 1 list. It's a long story about how I organize my stuff and what I got going on, but these are people that have said, hey, we don't want to be marketed to, or they could contain the list of customers as well. Usually I keep that in a separate file, but for simplicity's sake, let's say that it does. It includes all my customers as well as all the people that said I don't want to be marketed to. So I haven't actually checked this list, but I suspect some of them are in this 14,000. So let's go here, click this opt-out, and see what happens. Again, it's comparing all the domains from that list, all the domains in the 14,000. It brought me down to 13,791. So out of that, whatever that was maybe a little over 200 people that said, hey, we don't want to opt out. We don't want to be marketed to anymore. Now, I also have filters, like I said, which let's pull that up. And we go here to remove filter and remove URLs containing entries from. So there's a not containing entries from as well, but this is really easy. Anything that's it. So I have a text file and I have stuff in it like this, .edu / because that any URL that has a .edu / right? So it has .com / right here. That would remove the .coms, but I don't want to remove the .edus. I don't want to remove anything that has attorney, anything that has police, anything that has .gov, anything that has .mil. I don't want to mark it to the military. I will include some of this basic stuff, but you probably want to look through a filter before you just grab my file and scrub it against your list, because especially if you have certain things like, for example, I had a client who specifically worked with government offices, because in the government, they have laws that require them to spend X amount of money of their budget for certain departments with certain kinds of businesses or in diversifying, so that they're not just being a monopoly with certain businesses and corruption and all that jazz. And he found those markets and targeted them. So he specifically wanted to market to specific government offices because they were legally required to spend certain money, and he could get that money, and they had to spend it anyways. So it was an easy win from him. So if you're in a special market, that's something to consider. Otherwise, this might work well for you. And so let's scrub my list that I have against all the stuff here and see if it takes out any of these. So remove URLs containing entries from, and we're going to select the text list that contains entries. And we're going to go here, and I'm going to call this opt-out filters non-domain. So it's not a list of domains, like not websites of people who have said no. This is just filters. And so I'm going to scrub that, and we'll give that a second. And it took us from 13, I think it was at 79 here, and we're down to 02. So maybe that was about 75 for nice round numbers, not exactly, that it removed from the list. And so it's important for you to possibly develop your own filter list over time if that's important. Otherwise, you could probably just use mine and run with it. And then also, of course, suppressing out the people that don't want to be marketed to. And the last thing I'll say is removing duplicate domains. I've mentioned it in other videos, but for the sake of list maintenance, especially if you're constantly adding to this list. So I have 13,702, but let's say now I go and scrape Holistic Doctors in Ann Arbor, Michigan, which happens to be a city near Detroit. So, and then I submit to them, and I've got like 42 successful, right? Because it's not that big of a city. I'm making up numbers, and then I export those and save them and add them to this 13,702, and I do that 92 times, and then I come back once every 10 days or so, or once every 2 weeks, and I do my list maintenance where I take my successful list and I remove all these filters and everything and get it ready to go for the next round because I'm about to use it. I want to remove duplicate domains too, because again, I might wind up with 17 URLs from the same domain, or 17 URLs from the same domain, and I don't want to send the same message to people 17 times. I only want to send it once per domain. So remove duplicate domains. That's the last thing I would say. And when we did that, actually, we can see in here, I brought us down to 13,000. So I think I knocked off like 80 or 90 there. So those 3 steps: remove duplicate domains, suppressing out anybody who says no or yes via the import and select compare on the domain level, and then actual filters for things like attorneys and whatever. You can go ahead and remove those with this entry. This list isn't right or wrong. It's based off of my clients, and I'm happy to share it, but it may just be a starting point for you rather than an end point. And I guess the most important thing to convey here clearly is I do this list maintenance every single time before I submit. So even if I scrape a new list and I just did Holistic Doctors Ann Arbor, I scrub it against my filters because I may have just scraped attorneys and I don't want to market to them, right? Or police departments, right? So I go ahead and I do my filters, and then I may have just accidentally scraped a customer of mine, or maybe I accidentally scraped someone that said no. So I go ahead and do the import and compare on domain level, right? And so I also remove duplicate domains. So every time I scrape from Yellow Pages or from here, from Google and Bing, or if I'm using an existing list, I always do my list maintenance before I submit to that list. And that is how you can do list maintenance and keep a nice clean list.
All right, so one thing you guys want to consider is the Can Spam Act of 2003, which basically says that you're supposed to put an opt-out option for people that are getting emails from you. Now, this is for email. I don't know if there's specifically something for contact forms, but my friend Ryan, who's a absolute pro at this stuff, and he actually sells the contact form lists in one of these other links in the spreadsheet, basically says that you can put a link, a clickable link, to a database that you manage in your contact forms. And he actually created a full video on this that I will leave in the description of this video. But it's very important that you either put a option that says, hey, reply to this contact form if you don't want more emails from us or more messages from us. Because if you're doing it at small scale, you're probably not going to run into any problems. But if you're sending out millions and millions of messages every single day, this is going to be something that you'll probably want to set up. Now, this is a long video. He made a 53-minute video. I'm asking Ryan right now if he can set something up for us where we can just basically build one of these things for you. So you can just have this already set up. So just know that it is something that I'm working on. But again, make sure that if you are going to be sending out a ton of emails or tons of messages, more than, I don't know, a few thousand a day, to just make sure that you put some sort of way to let people unsubscribe so you can add it to the blacklist settings inside your GSA contact, which if you're not familiar with where that is, you can go into the tools and there should be a blacklist setting somewhere in here. Submission content. Hold on one second. Global filter. Yeah, so this is the blacklist here. So this is where you can add the websites that have opted out, okay? But with the method that Ryan talks about here, you basically put a link in your contact forms. When they click on it, it adds them to a database, and then you can have your virtual assistant or whoever or yourself just go update your blacklist. So that way you can send out these millions of them without worrying about anybody reporting you, because they do have an opt-out feature. Okay. So again, I'll keep you updated on the setup for this. So make sure you check for any of the new videos in here. Whenever I make a new video, I put it as new. And yeah, we'll see you in the next video.
Now that we've got the photo app out of the way, we need to have a serious conversation. Before we get too deep into this, though, I do need to bring this in so y'all can see it. And basically, this point of this is that I'm not an attorney. So this is my opinions and observations based on reading the law that you can read too. And if you want to contact an attorney, then contact them and obtain advice from them. So let's jump in and let me show you what I have figured out by consulting multiple attorneys and doing this for the past 7 years. So there are laws that do govern things, obviously communications. For example, in the USA, there's serious laws that cover communications on phone lines and different laws that cover communications for email. In Europe, there's also laws that cover communications, and I'm sure there's laws in other countries, but these are the two big ones: Can Spam in the USA and GDPR in the EU. So can you just open contact forms and send them wide open and do whatever you want? Well, not really. Here's the thing. It is legal, but you have to do it right. So if you do it wrong, it is or could be illegal. So this conversation is important. Please don't skip it. Please watch the whole video. And it's easy, but you got to do it. So let's do it right. I've been doing it right since 2015. I've had 0 issues. That's 7 years. This is October of 2022, and you can do it right too. So what is this? Well, in the USA, multiple attorneys have been consulted, and Can Spam could be applicable for contact forms because when you go to a website such as this, and we go to contact, and we go to the contact form. Okay, so this has a contact form here. If we go here and punch in our name and email, what happens is this message gets sent to Chase's web server. And then his web server that hosts chasereiner.com then takes that and does whatever that user wants them to do with it. In 99.999% of cases, it's auto-configured or preferably configured to be set up to send an email. So that web server then sends Chase an email, and it probably goes to, I haven't filled it out, but it probably goes to this support@chasereiner.com. So on the sending side, we send it to the web server via the contact form using bots or contactbot.ai, but still bot. So we send it to the web server, and from there it travels via email. And attorneys have said that since it travels from the web server to the person via email, it could be considered under CAN spam. So what is CAN spam? Well, it's really easy. Let's pull it up. If we search CAN spam, we can see that the first result that comes up is the FTC, and I'm not sure if it's this one. We're going to find out. There's a really easy checklist they give you. There's like 7 things that you need to do, so it's not that one. All right, it's here actually. So it's wasn't the snippet. It was just like the actual first result, a compliance guide for business, right? So here's how you comply with CAN spam, and we'll talk about GDPR for EU in a minute, and it's even easier. So for CAN spam for the USA, if you're living in the USA and you're doing this, it's really easy. You can't use false or misleading header information. We don't get to use headers with contact forms, so point 1 is mute. That's up to the web server, so it should be configured, and that's on them. Don't use deceptive subject lines. This is on you. You cannot say free $1,000 giveaway and then for the subject line, and then in the email message say, would you like to buy SEO services, unless you're actually giving away $1,000. You can't say, hey, this is your phone company, your account is in jeopardy, so that they open it up thinking it's their cell phone and then say, would you like to buy SEO services? That's deceptive. You got to use something relevant. So if you're selling SEO, put SEO in the subject line, or put website in the subject line, or ranking, or something related to SEO, something that isn't deceptive. Pretty easy. Identify the message as an ad. The law does give you a lot of leeway on this. What I often do is down at the bottom, I put to avoid future marketing messages. Go here, and then that's where I put my opt-outs, which we'll talk about in a second. But anyways, identifying it as an ad, a marketing message, or stop future advertisement messages, or you can even put this is an ad, whatever. That's, there's a lot of things. You just can't say that you're from, the point here is you can't say, well, I'm from your cell phone company, and if you don't buy SEO, we're going to turn off your cell phone. You have to notify them that this is an ad, because this is a legitimate business solicitation. That's what we do. We send legitimate business solicitations offering services to other businesses. So you got to basically say that in some wording or another, and I stick it down at the bottom. I'll tell you why in a second. Tell recipients where you're located. You must include a physical address. This is an old rule, and the reason it's there, in case anybody wants to know, is because they honestly thought this was built in 2003, and politicians were behind the times then, and they're behind the times now in tech, but they thought that people would literally get out a pen and a piece of paper and mail in a thing that says unsubscribe. So you have to provide a physical address so that you can receive mail if someone wants to opt out via physical mail. Never had it happen, probably never will, but you got to do it. So you got to put an address in. I'll show you how to do that in a different video. So the video with the opt-outs probably, or something, but you can go rent an address. It can be a post office box. It can be your actual physical address at your home or your office. It doesn't matter. Tell recipients how to opt out of receiving future communications with you. You have to provide them a way to opt out within 10 business days. And it says that in here. Oh, that's the next one. So you have to honor it within 10 business days, but you got to tell them how to opt out. So you have to either give them an unsubscribe link at the bottom, like a one-click opt-out. You have to give them a link where they can go fill out a form to opt out, or you could say reply to this message with the words opt out to opt out, but you have to provide them an option to opt out of future communication. And that's just fair. Anybody who doesn't want to buy from us, we really, if they don't want to be marketed to, and I can tell you right now, it's like 0.01%. It's 1/100th of 1% of people that I get as opt-outs. So I have like 134,000 people that have opted out over the course of 7 years, and me sending hundreds of millions of messages, right? It's really small, infinitesimally small. So anyways, you got to provide a way to opt out, and it doesn't matter. There'll be a separate video on actually opting people out in the course. So you have to honor opt-out requests promptly. It has to be within 10 business days, which is basically 2 weeks. You can't say, oh, I'll opt you out and then do it 6 months later. And you have to opt them out and make sure that you suppress them. And we can do that right in GSA website contact. Again, it'll be in the opt-out video. And so we got to do that. And the last thing is we have to monitor what others are doing on your behalf. This is mostly probably not a big issue, but if you hire a company to send contact forms for you and they come up here, don't provide an opt-out, if you give it to a VA, or hire somebody else to do it, and they don't provide an opt-out link and they use deceptive subject lines, that's on you. So you have to make sure that if you're hiring somebody else to do contact forms, that you do it right. And if you're doing it for clients, you have to do it right, because the client could get in trouble if you foul it up. So make sure your bases are covered. Can spam's really easy. So in recap, what really applies to us is real basic. Be honest. Don't use a deceptive subject line. You don't have to put your sales message in the subject line. You don't have to say, this is an advertisement, I'm trying to sell you SEO. You can put just something basic like website or one word. I use one word lowercase a lot of times because it works. So not deceptive subject lines. Notify them that it's an ad. I like to shove this way down at the bottom, down here with the message. And then under this, I'll put an opt-out link. And right above this, I use a link. You can use, whatever. We'll talk about that later. I put the address here. And then the message looks something like this. I've got my message, my signature, and then I've got a whole bunch of spaces, like 10, 15, 20 spaces. You can shove it way down there. You don't want to give it like 10,000 lines. That would be obnoxious. But if they scroll once or twice, especially on a big screen, they should be able to get to it. But it doesn't have to appear above the fold either. So anyways, that's that. Tell recipients where you're located. Again, we just talked about the address. Tell them how to opt out. We just talked about that. Do it promptly, and then monitor what other people are doing on your behalf. That's can spam in a nutshell. It's easy. It's literally, it's so easy that actually a lot of people have said that can spam is I can spam, and can spam enables actual real for life spammers to legally spam people. So you can legally send spam basically in the US if you just follow those simple rules. We're not sending spam, we're sending legitimate business solicitations. To me, spam is phishing, identity theft, stealing people's information, not following through, like just trying to take their money and not provide an actual service, stuff like that. We're sending legitimate business solicitations, and that's fine. GDPR in the EU. So this is a hot topic. I'll probably offend a couple people here. A whole lot of Europeans have never read the law and don't even understand what it is. I've dealt with a lot of people who said that I'm violating GDPR when I have actually read the law, and I'm not at all. And a lawyer would tell them they're not at all, but they think that GDPR means that you can never contact them in any way, shape, or form without their permission. That's absolutely not true. GDPR is only about privacy. It's General Data Protection Regulation is what it stands for, and it's about privacy. So the big things are if you use someone's name or you send emails to a non-role-based email address. So like you can actually send to info@company.com because that's a role-based email address, and that's legal under GDPR. If you send to bob.smith@company.com and you send them an email, again, we're not doing emails, but if you did that without their permission, that is not legal because their name is in the email address, and that's a privacy violation. If you go out and scrape a bunch of businesses' websites and you get the business owner's name off of the website and you put it in an Excel sheet and throw it in GSA website contact and use that, and you say, "Hi Bob," because you got Bob's name off the website, and you use that in the contact form and you do that in the EU, that is illegal because you used their name. As long as you do like I show in the videos and you just are sending a message and you don't include any personal identifiable information. If you put someone's cell phone number in the message that you got off, if it's a business number, it's fine to my knowledge, but if it's a cell phone number, that's personal. So if you scrape that off the website for some reason and try to include that, that's there. If you buy a list of businesses and you use the business owner's name or their cell phone number or any personal identifiable information in the message, in the EU, that's not legal under GDPR unless you have their consent first. So for our purposes, we don't have consent. So just don't include any personal information. Just say, "Hey, your website's broken. Do you want me to fix it?" And then put your name or a name or whatever, and then give them a link to a landing page or ask them to reply. You didn't include any personal information about the person you're sending it to, so that's completely legal under the EU. Plus, I've worked with clients in the EU, and they actually just don't even care. They're like, yes, but the point of that is that the big companies like Google, where they can make $10 million on a fine, that's who gets fined under GDPR. You have to create enough havoc for them under GDPR for them to even go after it, because it's the government that does it, and deal with it. And so the companies I've worked with in the EU that want to send messages, they don't even care because we're at such a low level that it doesn't even matter. But as long as you don't include personal identifiable information in the message, you're fine. That was a nice 12-minute rant. So in recap, can spam is easy. Just follow the basic rules. GDPR in the EU is easy. Don't include personal identifiable information such as names or cell phone numbers or that sort of stuff that you scrape off of a website or that you get on a purchase list. On the list that I sell, for the record, there is no personal identifiable information, so you're good to go. All of my lists are compliant as long as you follow can spam rules. All right, thanks guys, and stick with it. If you have any questions, drop them in the comments down below or drop an email. You can hit me, support@ryanborden.com or support@chasereiner.com, and we'll get you set up. So lastly, I showed this at the beginning, and I'm just going to show it again, and I'm going to read it. So I'm done with all useful information. It's here. You can listen to me read it. Probably useful, but the information that we provide in the website and the course is not intended to constitute legal advice. I'm not an attorney, and any information and materials provided from a legal standpoint are for general information purposes only. Information on the website or the course may not constitute the most up-to-date legal advice. Means I showed you the website today, but it could change tomorrow, so you should actually go read the can spam rules on the government website and check out GDPR. Do your due diligence. This website and course contains links to other third-party websites, and such links are only for the convenience of the reader. ContactPhoneMarketing.com, which is the list site, ChaseReiner.com, and RyanBorden.com. Its employees and members do not recommend or endorse the contents of any third-party sites. Readers of the website should contact their attorney to obtain advice with respect to any particular legal matter, and the views expressed here are the views of the individual authors, and not necessarily those of ContactPhoneMarketing.com, RyanBorden.com, ChaseReiner.com, the committee or task force as a whole, or anything else. All liability with respect to actions taken based on the contents of this site or course are hereby expressly disclaimed. The content of this post is provided as is. No representations are made that the content is error-free. So there you go, guys. Go out there and do it right, but can spam's been the same since 2003, and GDPR came out in 2018, 2019, and it's not really changed. So anyways, just do it right. Take 5 minutes, get yourself an address, get your opt-out set up, and just check all the boxes, and you're good to go.
Can you warm up videos and social accounts by utilizing contact forms? The answer is yes. That is what we're going to talk about in this video. My name is Ryan Borden, and let's jump into how we are going to do this. So when we first create accounts, YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, etc., right? Those accounts are going to display the videos. Some more than others. TikTok, for example, might give you a pretty good jump in and display because of how they work, whereas YouTube is going to be much slower on displaying your videos when you have no subscribers or when you're in the early days and that sort of stuff. So different accounts are going to benefit differently, but this really is just focusing on how you can warm up those accounts, because once the account gets warmed up, they're going to give you more reach and display your videos to more people, thus more views, thus more sales, or whatever you're trying to accomplish there. So let me show you. Let's say I have a video. So I just have a video up here in ShineRanker. This is a video about a cat. Obviously, with the video tools, you could make whatever. I can obviously just download this and upload it to whatever social account. I'm going to work with YouTube because YouTube is very slow. Obviously, this exact same method applies to absolutely anything. And by anything, I mean any social platform, that sort of thing. So this is a YouTube channel. I just created it. It's whatever. This is just an AI person. And so I threw up a couple of videos on it. This video you can see here is the, if we go back over here, it's the top 5 website videos. And then this is another rendition of it that I was just playing around with. And this is the video that's more like the text to image tool. So like the cat video kind of thing. Obviously not a cat, but whatever, right? So I just made a few videos and threw them up. I've been testing with this account. So usually when you throw up a video on YouTube, the first few videos, you're going to get like 1 view, 2 views. You might get 0 views. These reviews all have come from contact forms, just with me messing around a little bit. If you want to get serious and start a system, obviously you can begin to crank these views up to, over 1,000. That'll take a minute. You've got to, work on that. And I'm not saying you even need to get them to over 1,000, but you can get them cranked up. All of these views you see here came from contact forms. I literally got like 2 views from organic reach on YouTube. But once you start to get them from contact forms, then eventually you're going to get more from organic reach as well. And then you can get from both, obviously. So obviously the views count, and you can even make sales from the contact form views, but that's not what we're really focusing on, the sales part right now. This is just a video about warming up the account. So let's just do this. If I have a video here, so let's say I have this one, and I'm just going to go grab the share link and copy it and go in here to the actual contact form project. So I just have one already set up here. I was using it for something else. We're going to go to submission content. And of course, there's already other videos in the checklist that kind of walk you through all of these processes. So I'm just going straight to the concept here. I'm going to change the message and just put like, let me pause the video here while I type this out. And so I just put like, this guy is earning a crazy amount of money for his wife. YouTubers have found, and social media people that have tested massive amounts of videos have found that, and this just goes to standard sales copy. Sales copy backs this up and has been this way for decades, forever, I guess, if you look at psychology, is that if you talk about you, so talk about them, it's all about them, so say you, or you talk about this guy, where you're pointing the lens to somebody else. In this case, since it's a making money video, people may... they may be leery of saying, oh, hey, you can make a bunch of money, but they'll obviously always watch and believe that somebody else can make a bunch of money. And you can study that psychology. But this is about experimentation. I'm not saying that you should use this exact message, because you shouldn't. But if you talk about this guy, or you talk about you, as in them, then those are good things to do. So it doesn't have to be long messages, usually 1 to 3 sentences. And then you can just pop the YouTube video or the TikTok video or whatever straight in here. You can use a redirect domain here if you run into issues. I have not run into any issues, so I'm just using the direct URL. Of course, I have my opt-out stuff down here. And then, I need to actually add the opt-out website right here. So I'll do that. And then basically we're going to get out of here and start it up. But let me add that opt-out website. All right, I added the opt-out. So now we are just going to load in some contact forms. So if you have your contact forms, there's other parts in the video, or you can buy them from the shinecontactforms.com. And let me just grab a list I already have. So I have those loaded in. There's other videos showing how to do all this, so I didn't want to. I'm just going to right here and importing URLs from file, and just the file that I have downloaded from the shinecontactforms.com. And so now that I have it, I'm just going to go ahead and hit start. And what's going to happen is it's going to give us our message. We can see this guy's earning a crazy amount of money for his wife. And then this, yes, continue. It's going to start sending that message out, obviously. And we can see the messages counting up here. Of course, we've got some failed, some filtered. All of that is normal. We can see the messages cranking along. So that's like, 30 something people that have 40 that have seen it, that got a message now, and that they can click on our video. So when they click on the video, they watch the video, obviously, and then they can leave likes, and they can leave messages, comments rather, and that sort of stuff. And so that's it. That's basically it. So you just load in different URLs when you post a video to YouTube or TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, whatever it is that you're doing. You just take the URLs, load them into a message, and I just make the message relevant, something sort of relevant about the video itself. You probably wouldn't want to say, hey, did you see this cat? And then send them a video on how to make money, obviously. And there's some deceptiveness there anyways. So you just don't want to do that. So obviously make it somewhat relevant to, if you're, trying to do SEO. If the video's about SEO, did you see how this person's ranking their website with crazy SEO? I don't know, right? You get the point. The message can be whatever. You can use ChatGPT to write the message. It's not terribly important. You don't want like a horrible message, and you don't want something that's like, 30 sentences, because that'll be just too much. No one will read it. You just want a short and sweet message that is 1 to 3 sentences. And if you don't know what to do, just have ChatGPT write it. You can give it literally the title of the video and say, write me a 3-sentence message that I could send out as an email. And then you can do that, right? So that's really easy. And then you just send them. And then this is just going to run while we sleep, while we eat, while we do whatever. And obviously I can duplicate out more projects. I have to stop it first, but I can duplicate out more projects and then begin to load in other lists and either promote multiple videos at once, or I could, promote the same video to different lists, whatever, right? Because in the shinecontactforms.com, there's different, there's different lists that you get. It's if you go here, there's different, you get like USA contact forms and worldwide contact forms and so on and so forth, right? So that's all I'm saying. You can make your own list. You can buy the list. It doesn't matter how you get the list. What matters is that you take the list, you load it in, and you promote your videos that you upload to different social platforms. And that is how you can both warm up the accounts and also increase the views of the videos, which ultimately is, and then your subscribers too. And that's ultimately going to give you more reach on the whole. And the more reach you get, the more people that watch your video, the more calls to action you get, which ultimately is going to result in sales, which makes you money. Can you directly create sales by utilizing contact forms with your videos? The answer is absolutely, most definitely yes. So there is two things that you gain by utilizing contact forms with your videos, and I've just got a video making here in ShineRanker. Will be done in a second, and I'm going to use that to show you here. But let me just tell you what those things are. So that means, one, direct sales. What does that mean? Obviously, everybody wants to make sales. Let's say you're promoting ShineRanker here, and you have your affiliate link, and you put those in the videos, which I'm going to show you how to do. And the other videos in the checklist show you how to do anyways. But then you obviously want to make sales, but we don't want to send the contact forms directly to that affiliate link. We want to use the videos like a bridge video. It's like warming them up. I like to call it lead laundering, except legal, right? So kind of like money laundering, except for legal, right? So that's the joke that I always use. But the point here is that you want to be able to do that. And you also want to add a degree of separation for affiliates. So obviously you can promote things besides ShineRanker, but if you promote certain things, they don't necessarily like it when you send contact forms directly to affiliate links. Some affiliates don't, because they might get a complaint. And while it's not illegal or anything like that, as long as you do it correctly, they don't like complaints, so they can kick you out and keep your money. Obviously, that's bad. The way you do that is by adding a degree of separation. If you send the contact forms and you mail out contact forms, not mailing them out, but you sending them with GSA, which I'll show you, contact forms, and that goes to a video. By the time the person gets to the video and clicks the link, then they're redirected through a domain redirect link and into your affiliate link. And then you have what I call a degree of separation. And then if you want to go to the affiliate, if the affiliate got a complaint, you can be like, look, the leads are coming from the video, and you can point to the videos, they can see the views, and you can be like, what, I'm not sending, nothing's happening, I'm not breaking any rules, because that doesn't violate their terms and conditions. Now, I'm not saying that affiliates can't do whatever they want, because they're going to do whatever they want anyways. I'm saying that you're most likely not going to generate the complaint in the first place, and if there is an issue, you can point to the videos and say, this is where the traffic is coming from, and they can see that. And so you can avoid those issues with affiliates getting upset because if there were a complaint. So how do we do this? Well, there is a video here that is just generated in ShineRanker. I'm just going to download it. So let me pause the video and do that. And in case you didn't know, I'm just clicking here and clicking download is all I'm doing, and then saving it to my local disk. And so I saved it. And if we get out of this, I'm going to go ahead and just go in here to CapCut, because remember, our goal is to make direct sales. So the video, I'm sure ShineRanker will change and over time, but the video that comes here, it doesn't have any necessary, like I built in a call to action when I made the video, but it doesn't have like the text. So look, you probably can't hear it very well, but there's no text on the screen. So we need to add the text on the screen, because in the text on the screen, and then we can put a banner in there with our call to action, and I'll show you here in a second, right? So let's get out of this. I'm going to open up CapCut, which is just a free software you can get from CapCut.com if you don't already have it. I think there's other videos in the checklist about this, but it's just CapCut.com. It's free. I would recommend downloading the desktop version, whether you're on Windows or Mac. It works for both. I think it even works for Linux, but download the desktop version, and then I'm going to create a new project. And let me pull this over here and open on the other screen. And let's just resize this. Got it. I'm going to go in here and import my actual video that I just did. And it is right here. And so I have the video. I'm going to drag it down here. And now I have my video, as I can go through here and see, but there's no auto caption. So we're going to go to text. And we're going to do a couple things here. Auto captions right here, and I'm going to hit just create. It's just English. Give that a moment. It will automatically create our captions for us. All right, so I have my captions running here. You can see they're really small. I'm going to click on them and just click on one of them right here, you know, like click right here or whatever. And then I like to run it up to around 13, 14 size font. And then I'm going to do this one. There's not a wrong answer here. You can do your own creative process of whatever kind of colors you like, whatever. That's a little light. Let's go just a hair bigger on that. Because a couple of those scenes, that's hard to read. All right, let's see. Yeah, good enough. And so now I have that, and somewhere at the end here I have a call to action. So I build it into my script. So we can see right here, I'm just going to change this. This is shinebotai.com. You can adjust your whateverness. Now we want to actually add a little bit of a another banner here. So let me play this here. Let me so you can hear it. Not sure where this is going to play, but let's try it.
Financial stress. Turning this vivid visual into reality is within reach. Start earning money now. Just go to shinebot.a.com and kickstart your financial revival journey.
Okay, so it didn't even say it right. And I'm just going to do text and add text, grab a box and come in here. I'm holding down control and scrolling with my mouse, but you can use the little zoom functions right here to make this bigger.
Okay,
let's go over here.
Earning money now.
All right, start earning money now. I'm going to stick this right up here. And I'm just going to give this like a yellow, and we're going to put shinebotai.com. And I'll make this a little bit bigger. One tip, I would say don't make it all the way to the edge, because some screens, they roll the screen around the side to give, in fact, my old phone did that. And when you do that, like the text starts to wrap around the side and you can't see it. So I like to leave a little space just there on the sides to compensate for that. And you can leave it right here in the middle. You don't want to stick it like at the very top. You want it within the middle 60% of the video, because up here, the platforms will stick text and stuff, and down here, that's why the text right here doesn't go any lower. It's nice to maybe not stick it over top of their faces. So right there.
Now, just go to shinebot.a.com and kickstart your financial revival journey.
All right, and I'm actually gonna make it a little longer. I'm just gonna stick it to the end of the video so they have a chance to see it. Maybe not quite all the way, whenever it stops talking here. This is not a right or wrong answer. They're sometimes making it shorter. They'll replay it, but
just go to shinebot.a.com and kickstart your financial revival journey.
All right, there's that. In fact, I'm actually going to shorten this video to when they stop talking, because I don't fail to see the point of
journey
having it longer. All right, so 45 seconds, perfect. All right, so now we've added our call to action. You could add a call to action somewhere else, like in the middle. I wouldn't, in a 45-second video, I probably wouldn't do more than 2. So you could add one in the middle and one here at the end. This is the call to action. I'm telling them to go to a website, right? And they actually went ahead. It makes sense at the end, of course. Your call to action as well, if you're trying to warm up an account, sometimes for a while I put the call to actions, I just put this as subscribe or like and subscribe or like, whatever, because I'm trying to get more engagement on the video. So I'll spend some time. In fact, I did this on a channel I was working on one of my newer channels just for the past couple of months. I spent like 2 months just putting all the videos as like and subscribe, because I was trying to increase the subscriber count and not worry about sales, because like on a brand new account you may not get sales. Like it depends on the social accounts, right? Because for example, YouTube is going to give you very low views and very low reach on new accounts, and Facebook and Instagram typically do the same thing, as well as Twitter, whereas TikTok can give you high reach straight away because of how the algorithm works. It's just different. But so on those other platforms outside of TikTok, subscribers still currently matter. Now that might change over time, but so you can do whatever you want with the call to action here. I'm assuming that you're not focusing on subscribing here, and that you're actually focusing on sales, which is the point of this video, a degree of separation and sales. And so we have stuck the exact URL in here. So now it's just a matter of exporting this and sticking it wherever it is that I need to stick it here. And export, and then I'm going to upload it to my channel. And so that's really easy, of course, just uploading. I'm sticking it on YouTube at the moment. And let's grab the file we just did. And it is I think it's in here. There it is. And threw in a title. No, it's not made for kids. Keep going. And then no public. And I need this URL for my contact form. So I'm just going to copy this. You can obviously go back and get it later. And in the last video on this checklist, or a different video, I'm not sure where this will actually fall, but I showed you how to warm up, getting views and warming it up. But here it is. It's processing. It's going to take just a second. So I'm going to go ahead. We're going to set it up. But assuming it's done, we'll be able to go here and watch it. And there it is. But obviously, it's still processing. And so now we have to promote it with the contact form. So pop open website contact here. And I'm just going to open up a project, submission content, and message. And then stick it in here. Let me pause this and do a little message here. All right, so this guy's earning crazy money for his kids and spending more time with them because the video was about kids. Here's the YouTube video, whatever. Again, you want to keep the messages short, 1 to 3 sentences. You can have ChatGPT write the message for you. Just here's a video title, ChatGPT, now please give me a 1 to 3 sentence message I could use in an email. We're not sending emails, but that would be the closest equivalent for ChatGPT. And then I'm going to put just a title. I like one-word titles, lowercase and that sort of stuff. Now I'm just going to start it and hit submit. And no, I don't want to just the messages there. And then this guy's earning crazy amount of money for his kids, yada, yada, yada. I got the compliance opt-out stuff down here. Yes, continue. And away we go. It was already at 401. I just used the same project, but you can see it's starting to crank away here under the sent. And it is now sending that URL out. It won't matter. It's not really done yet, but in a few minutes here, this will be watchable.
Are you financially strapped and searching for ways to make money online? We've got solutions. Unleash the potential of the digital world. It's time to turn your fortunes around. No prerequisites, no restrictions, just your determination and a trusty internet connection. Envision freedom from financial worries, affording every little thing you've wanted for your kids. Imagine the joy and smiles of your kids when you can give them everything they yearn for. Picture spending quality moments with your children, all because you have more time and less financial stress. Turning this vivid visual into reality is within reach. Start earning money now. Just go to shinebot.a.com and kickstart your financial revival journey. Are you financial?
All right, so we had our call to action there. I like to give it a like because you can actually influence the likes, and why not, when somebody shows up, already have a like. And away we go. So now we're messaging people about this video. They can go here. They can watch the video. They see the call to action, which was the shinebotai.com. And if they go ahead and go there to shinebotai.com and click it, of course, it redirects through the affiliate link. And here we are. They can sign up for ShineRanker, and the affiliate, your affiliate link is going to get the credit for that. Means you get the credit for that, and anytime they buy, you get the whatever the percentage is that you get when someone signs up for ShineRanker. Obviously, you'd use the same thing in it. Now, the ShineBot AI, the one thing I didn't cover here is like, how do I make that shinebotai.com? That is just a redirect link. We have I have other videos in the checklist as well as Chase that shows how to make that. So I'm not going to show like how to create that, but once you create it, away you go. And so again, our goal here was to get direct sales, and we can do that when they watch the video. They can go to the website and then they can sign up and buy, and then you get paid. And we're also able to add a degree of separation for affiliates here. So most affiliates are going to say you can't use contact forms directly on your affiliate link. Like, you can't take your affiliate link and put that in the actual contact form program. So when we did our message, remember here, we put the video link. They watch the video, which people like to do anyways. That warms them up, makes them more likely to buy in general, and it adds trust so that by the time they get to the affiliate link, they already trust it more, and they can then enter that into their browser. They can go there, they can buy, and then you get paid. So you get to add your degree of separation. You get to be able to point to your video if there ever were an issue with the affiliate, and if when you apply to new affiliates, you can say, okay, if you were applying to another affiliate, you can say, well, how are you going to get your traffic? They always ask that question. You can point to then your social platforms that you've created and warmed up by using contact forms. And all of it happens from the contact forms. And it doesn't really matter where you get the contact forms from. I already have a list loaded in here. You can get them from the shinecontactforms.com. where you buy them. You can go ahead and scrape them. There's a video on that in the checklist. It doesn't really matter where you get them from. This is what I'm talking about here. Whoop. If you go here, you can buy millions of contact forms as well, ready to go. And you can use them and just load them in. You can scrape them here in your project utilizing keywords. You can do whatever you want, but you need obviously to have a list of contact forms. There's like 700-something here. That's what we're doing. I just want to make it clear. Those contact forms, that's what we're doing. We're sending messages to them, and then someone gets the message. It's going to show up in their email box. They click the link. They now watch our video that we created and edited in CapCut, and now they can go there and they can buy, and then you get paid.
We've been getting a lot of feedback in the program about different things not working, or maybe messages aren't sending, or opt-ins are breaking. And so what I want to do is I want to go over troubleshooting your bots. All right. So let's go into somebody's VPS that is having a hard time with the bots. If I go into here, you can see we have the keyword SEO that was searched for. If I double click, I can see what else we got in here. Yeah, a bunch of different SEO type keywords. And we got 17,471 sites scraped, 2,677 messages sent. So how do we send more messages? First of all, this is a really high fail rate. You usually want about 50-50. When I send out messages, I usually get about 50% of the sites that I send to succeeding, which is probably around how high you're going to be able to get. So unless you're sending a bunch of messages, exporting the success, and then putting it into a file so you can keep track of the ones that are open and able to send messages to, but even then, people could end up changing their messages later or their contact forms, so it's not always guaranteed, okay? So first thing, let's talk about sending the message. Now, if I go into the project, submission content, and message, what I'll see is the person who was making this message didn't put a link to their opt-in. Oh, it looks like they did now. Before, when I checked, there was no link to the opt-in. So if you're just sending messages without a link and you're just putting it in the website field, know that a lot of contact forms don't have the website field. You have to put it in the actual message. So if you didn't put the website in the message or your opt-in in the message, make sure you do that. You also want to keep track of the traffic. So when I start sending out messages, and I start sending out a ton of messages, I will usually see traffic nearly instantly. Let me actually show you. I'm going to load up a few of these. Let me go to this one. And if I click on start, actually, let me specify the message. When I start sending out messages, like check out, shineranker.com. Check out. And I like to do something like, I saw something wrong with your website. If you want to see what I found, check out a free report on shineranker.com. This is actually a message I use to get clients. I found that this works better for people that want to get audits or figure out what's wrong with their website. And you should experiment. A lot of people are asking me, Chase, what's the best message? Experiment. I mean, I constantly send new messages, and I again, you want to see how many people are going to your opt-in, how many people are opting in, and then you also want to see how much traffic you're getting. I'll type in, I found an issue with your website. Click on OK, start, send, continue. I don't even think I have proxies set up yet on this, but I'm just going to show you a couple, because you can do a good amount of messages without using proxies, but anything over like 10,000, you will want to use proxies. But something I do want to point out is if you only have a couple proxies set up, you might not be able to send a ton of messages at a time, because the more proxies you have, usually the more messages you can send at a time in terms of how many messages you send per second. And I'll show you once this starts sending. Sometimes it takes a second. But when I click on options here while we wait, you can see I'm sending out 1,000 messages a second. If you have 100 proxies, you can usually send out 1,000 per second. If you only have 10 proxies, you're usually going to only do like 100. So you see how it says sent? So look, I'm getting about a 50-50. And the reason why also is I'm using the CAPTCHA breaker. So this thing right here will break CAPTCHAs, or at least it should. Let me actually stop this. We might not have it enabled. But that's why it's important to use all the step-by-step, because you might have missed setting up the CAPTCHA. You might have missed setting up the messaging. You might have messed up setting. So there's all these sort of little things that these details matter. And if you miss the steps, you're going to, one step mess up could end up ruining the whole system. Double click on this. We'll go to CAPTCHAs, add CAPTCHA breaker. Now it should start breaking CAPTCHAs. And we should start seeing them pop up here. So while that loads, I want to show you, because what's going to happen is as you start sending these messages, you want to make sure that traffic is showing up. If I go to analytics now on my website, and I might have to make a separate video so you can set up analytics. I'm not going to show you in this one because this is more troubleshooting. But when you set up analytics, you're going to see, this is everybody on the ShineRanker, on the Chase Reiner site. Let me show you ShineRanker. And I like to be able to see live traffic. You might have analytics for your page, how many visits you got. But look at this. We already got 4 visits to this page. And if we go to real-time locations, we'll see where these people are coming from. And so as we send more and more messages, look, now these CAPTCHAs are getting broken. Let's see them going right here. Oh, yep. See that? See how it's sending kind of slow though? If I have more proxies, I can go to options and I can up the speed. But if you have the speed too high and you don't have enough proxies, then usually what's going to happen is you're going to get a bunch of failed. If you don't have CAPTCHA breaking set up, you're usually going to have this failed. If you don't have all your fields filled out, you're going to usually get a bunch of failed. But if we send this for a little bit, look at this. We're starting to get traffic. You see that? So it's pretty simple, but you have to remember that you need to have this stuff set up correctly. And again, it's just one part of the recipe. I'm telling you, if you're only sending contact forms and you're not following the other things that I'm saying, you're not replicating my strategies, you're going to have less results than what I'm getting. You're going to not have as good of results. So please, I'm adding new videos every day and I'm covering what you need to do manually, because just because I say, hey, you should start doing YouTube videos, I'm not making that up. I'm not just saying, hey, do YouTube videos. There's a reason. When you combine YouTube videos, you combine personalizing what you're doing with the contact forms, that's when you get the true power of the strategy. I'm telling you, okay? So if that makes sense, let me know and I'll see you in the next video. There's a ton of students in the program right now that want to learn how to get local business leads because they want to sell services. And one of the best ways to make money online right now, besides doing something like affiliate or selling an info product, is selling services. The only problem with services is you're selling your time. And while you can automate your time to a certain degree by outsourcing what you do, it still can be cumbersome. You still usually have to show up to meetings. You still have to talk to clients every now and then. And so just let me tell you that if you are going to be doing services, you want to be careful of how much you want to be doing. So getting a couple clients is a lot different than getting like 10 or 20 clients that are asking you where they're ranking, what are you doing? What's going on with my website? Why are you not doing this? Why are you not doing that, right? But with anything that you scale, there's going to be downsides. So I'm just letting you know that ahead of time. And I'm not trying to discourage you. I'm just saying that if you're going to be getting a bunch of business leads, remember that there are a lot of downsides, and one of the biggest ones is having to answer to people. So how do we get local business leads or any sort of business leads fast? Now, what I'm going to show you is how to do this by getting website audits. And what a website audit is it's essentially a way that you're going to be offering to fix somebody's site by finding a few small issues with their site. Now, the way we're going to do that is we're going to start out by figuring out who we want to work with. And a lot of people ask me, Chase, who should I work with? Should I work with dentists? Should I work with chiropractors? Should I work with e-commerce sites? Doesn't matter. This will work for whoever you want to work with. I would recommend choosing a niche if you can. So if you work with iPhone repair shops, stick to that. There's plenty of iPhone repair shops in the world that you can help. And the reason why it helps to niche down is because when you help a certain type of client, you build a template that you know works, meaning that you know what pages you need to build, you know what type of content you need. As soon as you start doing services for everyone, it starts to become very, very complicated because you need to know about all of those different types of websites. I'm not saying you can't do that, but I am saying that it does make it more complicated. So let's just type in iPhone repair in Arizona. That's where I'm at right now. We scroll down, maybe find somebody that's ranking low on page 1, and we can go contact them through their contact page. Say, hey, I found something wrong with your website. Now that's the manual way of doing it. Obviously, you're in an automation course, so you can use bots as well to do this. Now, one of the ways that I've used bots to get a ton of leads like this is contacting or scraping iPhone repair shops or whatever the keyword is. And remember, you can do this within the contact form bots. And if you haven't watched those videos yet, go check them out. But you can log into something like your contact forms bot, and you can scrape for a specific niche. So like for real estate, plumbers, whatever you want, right? Type in iPhone repair. Now, the message is going to be pretty much the same no matter who you contact. If you're contacting iPhone repair sites, computer repair, doesn't matter. You're going to say something along the lines, or this is what I've said, is, hey, I noticed something wrong with your website. I'd be happy to send you a report if you'd like. And there's a few different options here. You could send them to an opt-in where they go and try out see what's wrong with their website. That works really well. I actually built a widget inside of ShineRanker that allows you to embed this on your site. It's called Leads List. It gives you a little short code, and you can embed it on your website, and I'll show you what it looks like. So anytime somebody enters in their information, they enter their website, they enter their email, this will go into your dashboard and it'll keep track of the emails and the leads. And we're actually working right now on adding in a way to auto email them and auto follow up when they do this. We don't have it yet, but this is one way to do it. Alternatively, you can tell them just to message you back, and you can have something like a virtual assistant go through your inbox and respond to the people that say, yes, I want help. And you can also leave a phone number. Phone numbers work great too. You can have them text you. I was using a Skype account for a while, and I was keeping track of all the leads inside Skype. Just create a Skype number. It's really up to you. Sorry, my screen just probably went blank for a second. It's really up to you on what you want to do. There isn't a right or wrong way. You're going to probably get leads pretty much no matter what you do, as long as you follow the step-by-step. But once they ask you what's wrong with their website, then you're going to send them a report. And I'll show you how to do that in the next video. But what I'd also recommend is just find a couple things wrong with their site and offer to fix something for free. So one of the things that I've always recommended to pretty much anybody is, instead of trying to sell something, get your foot in the door. Say, I'd be happy to send over a report and volunteer some time. Or you could even just say, hey, are you accepting volunteers? I'm an expert at web design, or whatever services. I'd like to volunteer some time to you. Now, when you volunteer time, all you have to do is volunteer an hour. All you have to do is volunteer to fix one thing. And that builds the relationship with the company that you're volunteering for, and then you can start offering to bill for your time. Because obviously you can't work for free forever. And the cool thing about this is you don't, whether you're asking to volunteer or telling them that there's something wrong with their site, you don't have to have anything wrong with their site prior to reaching out. If you scan their website and you see there's nothing wrong after they say, yes, I need help, no worries. If they're doing great, say, hey, my mistake. I didn't realize you were doing that well. It looked like there was a page that was broken or something, right? So get the lead first and then figure out whether or not you can help them. But if you're spending all this time auditing people's websites and trying to figure out what's wrong, you send a message, you never hear back, then you're going to waste a lot of time. So whether you do this manually and reach out with this strategy, looking to volunteer or looking to send them a report, or whether you do it with bots, it should work either way. Just depends on how much you want to scale it. And that's pretty much how you get the leads. Well, we'll talk about doing the audits and doing the reports and all that good stuff in the next video. All right, so let's get started with creating a website report. There's a couple ways you can do this. First of all, you can manually figure out what's wrong with somebody's website. Let's say we went to chaserunner.com. We could go in here and say, okay, well, there's not a certain element here, or you're missing something here. That's going to take a really long time. So instead, what I'd recommend is use ShineRanker. And we're going to log in, click on Shine Audit, and we're going to click on Enter Website Link for Analysis. So when somebody responds and they say, yeah, I need help with my website, they're going to have a URL that they either entered into the website audit widget, or if they respond via email, they should have the website in the subject line. And if they don't have the website, just say, hey, remind me really quick of which website we're auditing here. Just to make sure this is the best website that's working for you. Or is there one that I should be auditing instead, or doing a report on instead? And I would stay away from saying audit, just because you could potentially turn some people off if they think that you're auditing their business, like an IRS audit. So instead, say roadmap or report or analysis. It's all the same thing, but it sounds a little bit less intimidating. So we're going to take the website. Let's say they entered in purityclinic.com. Click on submit. This is going to give us a full printout. If you're unfamiliar with what any of this stuff means, that's fine. You might be brand new to doing website audits or website stuff. You have a couple options. You can click on Show How to Fix. It'll tell you the different things in here that need to happen. You can also click on tutorials here, and there's some videos showing you what you need to fix. But if you're going to be outsourcing this stuff, meaning you're giving it to somebody else, you don't technically really need to know what it is, because you can tell the website owner, hey, wait, you don't have this. We'll have it fixed for you, and we'll do the first fix for free, and then you can always hire somebody to do this for you, which I will show you how to do in a second. It would help to kind of have an idea though, so I would recommend clicking on the tutorials, going through the different videos. But either way, if you scroll through here, it'll show you everything that's wrong with the website, and the things that are suggested to get fixed show up in red. So if there's no meta descriptions, if they're missing certain elements, and this is just a small part of the puzzle. There's different things that you're going to want to fix as well. But if you can offer to fix one thing for free, let's say they don't have analytics on their site, so they can't track their traffic, or they have some slow pages, so they're not loading very quickly, or their site's not secure. If you can find even a couple things, you can offer to get them fixed. If I click on Excel, by the way, here, it'll give me a printout, and I can hand this to somebody to fix these different issues. But the question is, how do we get them to buy something? Now, again, as I say in the other videos, if you're selling anything, you want to try to do video because video creates that connection. And it makes selling a lot easier because people know that you're real. The first best thing you could do is get them into a Zoom call and say, hey, how's it going? Get to learn more about them. Show them the report that you found. Show them that you can help fix it. Say that you're volunteering the first thing for free. The second best thing you could do is send over a video, like a Loom video. Loom is a screen recorder that you can download and just click on, and it'll start recording a screen. And when it's done, it'll give you a link that you can send over to them. But again, what I would really, really recommend is if you want to sell services, try to make it as personal as possible. If you can get on the phone with them right away, they say, hey, I need some help. Say, great, can I contact you? What's your phone number? Get on the phone, get on a Zoom, get on a screen share, get on a video, because the sooner you can build that relationship and build trust, it doesn't even matter what you're selling anymore, as long as it's helping them. And so if we can find an issue like this, and we can sell them the solution or give them the solution for free and upsell them future fixes and whatever they need, it's going to be really easy or relatively easy. Now you might be thinking, well, I'm not confident at selling. I don't know what I'm supposed to sell. I don't really know any of this stuff. One thing I would recommend if you're in this program is consider getting my local course. I have a local course that shows you how to do everything you're going to want to do in here. And this is specifically if you want to do services. If you don't want to do services, don't worry about this. If you just want to do affiliates or promote your own products. But if you want to do services and you don't know a ton about setting up a website or building, sales for services, you don't know how to do reports, you don't know how to do any of that stuff, I would recommend you take my full course on it, and I'll show you what it looks like. I will also leave a link to it in the description of this video so you can go check it out. But it's called Shine Local, and it's 37 videos going over everything you need to do to set up a website and get it ranking on Google. Getting set up with a basic website, keyword research, setting up the tools, understanding keyword difficulty, hiring content writers, every single thing that you need to do. And the cool thing is you can get this program and you can outsource it. You could hire somebody, a virtual assistant, which I'll show you how to do in the next video. And you can have them go through the program and learn how to do all this stuff. So that way, when you get a client, they already know what to do. But I would recommend, if you want to dive deeper into services and you're not already somewhat familiar with doing services, to go through this program. But that's how you do a report. That's how you get somebody interested. And in a audit, in a free implementations, whatever the thing is that you're going to be giving them for free. And in the next one, I'll show you how to sell and outsource the issues.
So what happens when you send contact forms and you send a ton and you get very little or no responses, very little or no leads? That's what we're going to talk about in this video. My name's Ryan Borden. I'm helping Chase Reiner. And Chris sent in a message here that he's been sending out 10,000 messages a couple of days in a row here. And he's not getting, I think he has one lead. He has a video here. He has one lead that he got that was legitimate, and then he's just not getting a whole lot of response here. So, Chris, if you'll allow me here to make some suggestions. Basically, the first thing I would check is your auto responses, because they're kind of like a pulse on how it's going. So if you're getting auto responses, that's a good thing. If you're getting no auto responses or super low auto responses, then there could be an issue with the proxies, for example. You want to make sure that you're actually sending, that website contact is saying successful, and that in the website contact settings that you have it set up to stop if there is if proxies are off. So you want to go in here and make sure that stop projects when no proxy is alive. That way you're always using proxies, which is important, and I won't go into it now, but that makes sure that everything's working as well. And then if that is working and you're getting auto responses, then the next thing we want to look at is sending 10,000. So 10,000 may seem like a lot, and it is, but it's not. I mean, I send more than 100,000 contact forms per server before breakfast. So, and I'm sending over 1 million a day per server, right? So you have to kind of think out of it in terms of you're sending in mass here. And when we look at the message that plays into it, so the message is, I reviewed your website and I was impressed. So it's kind of a statement of, I saw your website, it looks great. Then the next statement is a question of, would you like to do this? And then the next statement talks about a kind of like a proof statement about what our agency does, and then another call to action for the landing page. So the first thing to bear in mind here is this is a generic message. If you get into, like, if you're talking to plumbers and you're using plumber language, especially because you have a plumbing business or you're a marketing agency that specializes in plumbers or anything, right? Dentists, doesn't matter. But let's say plumbers for simplicity. And you do that, then you are working with a smaller subset of people, obviously massively smaller than, like, say, the whole country or the whole world, whatever country you're working in. But you're working with something that makes sense. And then you can tailor your message to being a plumber, and it resonates with them, right? And it connects. So this is a generic message. So presumptively, you're just sending to anyone, right? So any business, right? Contact forms are usually B2B because you're getting businesses. That's who has a contact form. Bob Smith doesn't have a contact form to contact him. He has an email address, right? So this is a business. So when you send a generic message to a whole lot of businesses, you have to work, it's a numbers game. You have to work in high volume. So don't think in tens of thousands, think in hundreds of thousands or in millions. I think in tens of millions when I function, but I'm functioning obviously at a very high level there. So at least hundreds of thousands is a good start. So I would send 1 to 300,000 and then kind of get a gauge on where you're at. It does seem like it's working some because you have got one legitimate lead, and then I would look at analytics, see if you're getting any traffic. That's also a key thing because you can't do, like, an email you can do in like an open and put a pixel in there. You can't do anything like that with contact forms because it gets stripped out. So if that makes sense. So you want to work in large quantity of numbers. 10,000 really isn't that much. So I would try to send out 100,000, Chris, or maybe 200,000, and then kind of see where you're at. Check your auto responses, get a pulse on things, check your leads, and then also check your analytics and see if you're actually getting traffic there, because that's step one. Step two is the messaging, right? So I would not consider this a high-performing message as far as conversions, right? Because the point of in an email, because these get translated by the web server and they come to the end business as an email, right? So in email marketing, or in contact form marketing in this case, the point of the subject, there's only one point of the subject, and that is to sell the open of the message. I like to use single words, lowercase, or a couple of words, lowercase, enough to pique interest but not give a whole lot of detail. If you're going broad, if you're going really, really deep and you're talking to plumbers, then you can get real specific and use some language or some word that's related to plumbers that makes them, want to open that. But if you're going broad, especially for like SEO to all businesses in like France or the USA or Canada, I don't know what country you're working in, but or the whole world, I don't know what you're doing. So you want to use, you want to pique the interest just enough to kind of get them to open it. That's the only point of the subject. The next point is the only point of the message. It's not, the message doesn't sell. The point of the message is to get them to take an action. In this case, we want them to go to a landing page. So 80% of people move away from pain and towards pleasure. 20% of people on average move towards pleasure, and in general they move towards pleasure. 80% of people move away from pain. So in this case, we have an opening statement, which is a compliment. Great. So you've opened them up and you complimented them. And the next question is, how would you like to save time and rank your content on page one? So saving time is kind of moving away from pain, but it's really kind of weak on the whole sense of pain. And rank your content on page one, that's pleasure, right? So you kind of open it up here and you're only speaking to really 20% of people. So you just eliminated 80% of your people because this is a move towards pleasure statement, not a move away from pain statement. Down here, your social proof thing is, the concept here is fine, and it's a short message, which is good, but also you're talking about getting 85% 10% reduced subscription price here, this is a selling statement. So when you do sales copy, you can give a discount and then you give a reason why you're giving the discount. You're offering a discount here with no reason why. And the point of the message is not to sell. You don't want to sell anything in your message. That's what the landing page does. And in the case of the landing page, which we'll see in a minute, the only point is to sell an email sign up, right? And you're charging them a name and an email in exchange for something like a lead magnet or whatever. So I would take this statement away, and I wouldn't talk about price in an email at all, because you're only trying to get them to the landing page. Less is more in this case. You don't want to sell in your message. You want to sell on the landing page. I just said it like 3 times, but anyway, so you get the point. That was for emphasis, because it's really important to understand good messaging and good sales copy. So I would change this to something that is like, you want to, in good sales copy that works generically. And Jim Edwards has some really great stuff in this, a fantastic book. I can link it if somebody wants it. And there's even a great tool that you can get into called, he has a tool with Russell Brunson. But in sales copy, there's a problem, agitate, solve, right? So you present a problem, and then you agitate and make that problem just worse, right? So instead of saying, how would you like to save time and rank on page 1, I would go total pain point, because you can send multiple messages too. So I would focus on the 80% of people that move away from pain and make a message for them, and then also make a second message and go back and market to all those same people today, tomorrow, next week with that other message, right? So you can rotate messaging, and you want to do that because you're going to hit different people at different times. And if you notice in Chase's messaging, like look at any of his videos, it's always a pain point. Even when he talks about cats, it's like, you have a cat in my driveway and I'm going to freak out. Get your cat out of my driveway, right? That's a pain point, right? It's a stressor, because animals can get stressful for other people. And when he talks about, hey, your website's broken or your website's underperforming, right? Those are always pain. And he's really good at going straight to the pain as well. And here's another good example for you. If you've ever gotten the spam emails, which I get all the time from people saying that they've hacked your computer and recorded you doing something that they're going to post on the internet unless you pay them money, it's always pain. So look at what performs and you'll see. So in this case, we might say, I reviewed your website. Website looks great. Unfortunately, I see that it's underperforming. Period. In fact, if it keeps going, your traffic might get even worse. So you presented a problem and then you agitated it, right? Or you could say, I noticed that your website was bringing in less clients than what you wanted, and the bad news is with the economy, I think it's going to get worse, right? Smack them in the face. Don't, tell them they're an idiot. You don't want to insult them, but you want to smack them in the face with a problem. Some sort of wording there, that's pain. So what happens when you send contact forms and you send a ton and you get very little or no responses, very little or no leads? That's what we're going to talk about in this video. My name's Ryan Borden. I'm helping Chase Reiner. And Chris sent in a message here that he's been sending out 10,000 messages a couple of days in a row here. And he's not getting, I think he has 1 lead. He has a video here. He has 1 lead that he got that was legitimate, and then he's just not getting a whole lot of response here. So, Chris, if you'll allow me here to make some suggestions. Basically, the first thing I would check is your auto responses, because they're kind of like a pulse on how it's going. So if you're getting auto responses, that's a good thing. If you're getting no auto responses or super low auto responses, then there could be an issue with the proxies, for example. You want to make sure that you're actually sending, that website contact is saying successful, and that in the website contact settings that you have it set up to stop if there is if proxies are off. So you want to go in here and make sure that stop projects when no proxy is alive. That way you're always using proxies, which is important, and I won't go into it now, but that makes sure that everything's working as well. And then if that is working and you're getting auto responses, then the next thing we want to look at is sending 10,000. So 10,000 may seem like a lot, and it is, but it's not. I send more than 100,000 contact forms per server before breakfast. So, and I'm sending over 1 million a day per server, right? So you have to kind of think out of it in terms of you're sending in mass here. And when we look at the message, that plays into it, because, so the message is, I reviewed your website and I was impressed. So it's kind of a statement of, I saw your website, it looks great. Then the next statement is a question of, would you like to do this? And then the next statement talks about a kind of like a proof statement about what our agency does, and then another call to action for the landing page. So the first thing to bear in mind here is this is a generic message. If you get into, like, if you're talking to plumbers and you're using plumber language, especially because you have a plumbing business or you're a marketing agency that specializes in plumbers or anything, right? Dentists, doesn't matter. But let's say plumbers for simplicity. And you do that, then you are working with a smaller subset of people, obviously massively smaller than, like, say, the whole country or the whole world, whatever country you're working in. But you're working with something that makes sense. And then you can tailor your message to being a plumber, and it resonates with them, right? And it connects. So this is a generic message. So presumptively, you're just sending to anyone, right? So any business, right? Contact forms are usually B2B because you're getting businesses. That's who has a contact form. Bob Smith doesn't have a contact form to contact him. He has an email address, right? So this is a business. So when you send a generic message to a whole lot of businesses, you have to work, it's a numbers game. You have to work in high volume. So don't think in tens of thousands, think in hundreds of thousands or in millions. I think in tens of millions when I function, but I'm functioning obviously at a very high level there. So at least hundreds of thousands is a good start. So I would send 1 to 300,000 and then kind of get a gauge on where you're at. It does seem like it's working some because you have got one legitimate lead, and then I would look at analytics, see if you're getting any traffic. That's also a key thing because you can't do, like, an email you can do in like an open and put a pixel in there. You can't do anything like that with contact forms because it gets stripped out. So if that makes sense. So you want to work in large quantity of numbers. 10,000 really isn't that much. So I would try to send out 100,000, Chris, or maybe 200,000, and then kind of see where you're at. Check your auto responses, get a pulse on things, check your leads, and then also check your analytics and see if you're actually getting traffic there, because that's step one. Step two is the messaging, right? So I would not consider this a high-performing message as far as conversions, right? Because the point of in an email, because these get translated by the web server and they come to the end business as an email, right? So in email marketing, or in contact form marketing in this case, the point of the subject, there's only one point of the subject, and that is to sell the open of the message. I like to use single words, lowercase, or a couple of words, lowercase, enough to pique interest but not give a whole lot of detail. If you're going broad, if you're going really, really deep and you're talking to plumbers, then you can get real specific and use some language or some word that's related to plumbers that makes them, want to open that. But if you're going broad, especially for like SEO to all businesses in like France or the USA or Canada, I don't know what country you're working in, but or the whole world, I don't know what you're doing. So you want to use, you want to pique the interest just enough to kind of get them to open it. That's the only point of the subject. The next point is the only point of the message. It's not, the message doesn't sell. The point of the message is to get them to take an action. In this case, we want them to go to a landing page. So 80% of people move away from pain and towards pleasure. 20% of people on average move towards pleasure, and in general they move towards pleasure. 80% of people move away from pain. So in this case, we have an opening statement, which is a compliment. Great. So you've opened them up and you complimented them. And the next question is, how would you like to save time and rank your content on page one? So saving time is kind of moving away from pain, but it's really kind of weak on the whole sense of pain. And rank your content on page one, that's pleasure, right? So you kind of opened it up here, and you're only speaking to really 20% of people. So you just eliminated 80% of your people, because this is a move towards pleasure statement, not a move away from pain statement. Down here, your social proof thing is, the concept here is fine, and it's a short message, which is good, but also you're talking about getting 85% reduced subscription price here. This is a selling statement. So when you do sales copy, you can give a discount and then you give a reason why you're giving the discount. You're offering a discount here with no reason why. And the point of the message is not to sell. You don't want to sell anything in your message. That's what the landing page does. And in the case of the landing page, which we'll see in a minute, the only point is to sell an email sign up, right? And you're charging them a name and an email in exchange for something like a lead magnet or whatever. So this, I would take this statement away, and I wouldn't talk about price in an email at all, because you're only trying to get them to the landing page. Less is more in this case. You don't want to sell in your message. You want to sell on the landing page. I just said it like 3 times, but anyway, so you get the point. That was for emphasis, because it's really important to understand good messaging and good sales copy. So I would change this to something that is like, you want to, in good sales copy that works generically. And Jim Edwards has some really great stuff in this, a fantastic book. I can link it if somebody wants it. And there's even a great tool that you can get into called, he has a tool with Russell Brunson. But in sales copy, there's a problem, agitate, solve, right? So you present a problem, and then you agitate and make that problem just worse, right? So instead of saying, how would you like to save time and rank on page 1, I would go total pain point, because you can send multiple messages too. So I would focus on the 80% of people that move away from pain and make a message for them, and then also make a second message and go back and market to all those same people today, tomorrow, next week with that other message, right? So you can rotate messaging, and you want to do that because you're going to hit different people at different times. And if you notice in Chase's messaging, like look at any of his videos, it's always a pain point. Even when he talks about cats, it's like, you have a cat in my driveway and I'm going to freak out. Get your cat out of my driveway, right? That's a pain point, right? It's a stressor, because animals can get stressful for other people. And when he talks about, hey, your website's broken or your website's underperforming, right? Those are always pain. And he's really good at going straight to the pain as well. And here's another good example for you. If you've ever gotten the spam emails, which I get all the time from people saying that they've hacked your computer and recorded you doing something that they're going to post on the internet unless you pay them money, it's always pain. So look at what performs and you'll see. So in this case, we might say, I reviewed your website. Website looks great. Unfortunately, I see that it's underperforming. Period. In fact, if it keeps going, your traffic might get even worse. So you presented a problem and then you agitated it, right? Or you could say, I noticed that your website was bringing in less clients than what you wanted, and the bad news is with the economy, I think it's going to get worse, right? Smack them in the face. Don't, tell them they're an idiot. You don't want to insult them, but you want to smack them in the face with a problem. Some sort of wording there, that's pain. All right, so we talked about that. Let's have a look at the actual landing page. And the actual landing page, let me load it up here. Okay, so we have a landing page. Now, let me offer some pointers here. Less is more on the landing page. I actually have a friend who taught me a very valuable lesson some years ago when we were doing contact form marketing, and that is way less is way more. He builds companies, he starts working with them around $1 million, and he builds them to $10 million. And he's done consulting with companies at $50 million level, and he buys and sells companies. And he taught me this, and we got our highest or really high conversion rates by putting text on the page, a text and a form. Like, I'm talking a form with a name and an email and text only. In fact, I use that right now. I'm doing some landing pages, a lot of landing pages. And in fact, I took Chase's landing page for his AI Profits course when we did tests on contact form marketing, and I rebuilt his entire landing page and sent contact forms to it. And it's a different offer. It's a B2C kind of offer, so it's a little different, but I took away all of his imaging and everything and put only text, and I think we tripled the conversions on it by taking away the images. Something we need to consider is this landing page is massively busy. Like, if I come here and I'm a business, okay, I'm a plumber, I'm a barber, I'm a dentist, I'm a roofer, I have an online store or whatever. I have a lot of stuff going on in my life, in my world. I'm trying to make more money. That's why I clicked on this email, because it intrigued me for an option, because now you've told me how bad my website is and I know that I can make more money there. I'm stressed out because my kids aren't doing so good in school. My wife is sick. I'm stressed out because my parents are having to go to the doctor about something. I'm stressed out because I'm a teenager in school or in college trying to figure this out, or I have a new baby. Whatever the situation is, people have real stuff going on in their lives, and you have to get to the point. And it has to be understandable for them in a very understandable level, right? Think your grandma. If your grandma showed up on this page, would she understand what's going on? I got the best SEO tool in different colors on another color background. Then I've got another color over here. We've ranked on page 1 for high value keywords with some quote in the background that I can't read all of. That's small print. Then I have something over here which looks analytical type with some logo, yet more colors slapped on top of it, and I got some analytics going on. I've got some woman pointing over here at the logo, and her eyes are looking at me, and she's pointing over here. And just for imagery's sake, studies show that people go wherever the eyes of the person go. So in this case, I'm going to look at the woman. If you want me to fill out this form, you need to have a woman with her eyes looking down at the form. Wherever you point her eyes, that's where the human being's eyes are going to go. Plus, she's pointing over here and looking at me. That aside, then I've come down here and I've got the best SEO tool on the market. Then I've got even more colors with black on yellow. And then I come here and I've got something, and then I've got yellow and blue. And I'm not trying to say anything bad about if you built the landing page, Chris, or somebody else built the landing page. Like, I'm not insulting you here. I'm trying to explain that if grandma shows up on this page, or I'm a new father that shows up on this page and there's a baby screaming in the background, I'm happen to be working from home from my office, but I'm also trying to pick up a side hustle here with a business, or maybe I'm trying to help clients order. There's just so much going on in my life that you only have a few seconds, and if I show up at this tool, this web page, and I can't figure it out, my eyes dart everywhere and there's so many colors, I'm out. I'm done. Bounce rate. Your bounce rate is probably really high. Personally, I would take all this yellow and blue and everything away. I would get some great text, and I would test. You can split test this, right? So I split test with WordPress and build the landing pages there. And there's a split testing tool in the page builder I was using, which is, let me check, which is Divi, and I happen to have that already, so I just used it. I also use Kartra as a CRM, and they have a split test tool. There's tons of CRMs and other stuff out here that have split test tools. So I don't know what you're building this in, or if you're using a landing page like Lead Pages, or I forget the other ones. There's lots of big players out there, right there. They all offer split tests. So I don't know what you're using. Totally split test. Don't take my word for it. The only wrong answer is whatever doesn't work. However, if it was me, I would get rid of everything from here. This whole top section, just nuke it and use just text and use just black and white and get rid of this yellow and blue and everything. And I would use an orange button right here, because studies show that orange makes people want to buy. When you put an orange buy button, it increases sales over everything else. I don't have the exact text colors of that, but blue is a very calming color. And this is kind of like a bright blue. This does not make me want to click on this. Plus, it says the call to action is get the deal now. What deal are we getting? Because this doesn't tell me about a deal. Like, there's no, your message said 85% off, but it's not congruent, right? The number, so there was a study done with Amazon, or Adobe, the guy that did Adobe, with hundreds of millions of impressions and leads and sales and everything, and the number one lever that makes people buy is if it's congruent. So in a paid ad, whatever the title is, if you put that same title on the landing page, that alone makes people want to buy. Like, the title is like 85% of it, literally. So whatever your title is, it's got to be good. And we don't even really have a clear title here other than the best SEO tool, and it doesn't really stand out. And I'm a plumber, right? What in the world is an SEO tool? I mean, I've heard of SEO, but I don't really know what it means, and I don't have time to learn a tool, so if it were me, and we're at 15 minutes in this video, so I got to cut it off, but if it were me, I would do like breakthrough. New website tool helps your business get customers, even if you don't know how to use technology. And then literally that and the form, and that's it. And try it. If you're going to use imaging, that's fine, but make it simple. Like if you look at Chase's AI Profits course, let me see, I think it's like AIprofits.com. Maybe I'm wrong. Nope. Give me one sec. It's one image, and then there's a large text and a small text, and that's it, right? So, and see how it has kind of the reddish orange button. So this image has some stuff going in the background, but the background is one congruent picture of stuff. And the big players here are, we see money and money, a whole lot of money here and a whole lot of money here, and then some other stats, all money, right? So it's not too busy. But again, with contact forms, when I took away this picture for Chase's Lander, the contact form conversions went way up. If we go over here, where in the world were we? Here we go. So over here, like, try it, but I've already said enough. You get the point. We want everything to be congruent, and if we can make our messaging more about pain and less about pleasure, I mean, definitely I would come in with those pleasure emails as well, because there is that 20% of people, but focus in really hard. And if you're going to do pleasure, and if you do pain, but don't do a half and half kind of thing where it's like save time, which is pain, and half over here, because then we need to get them to the landing page. Once we get them to the landing page, then we need to get them to make a choice, and we're charging them a name and an email. And why are we charging them a name and email? If I'm going to give you my name and my email, why am I doing that? And there's not a clear call to action here for me personally. And I think if my grandma showed up here, that she would not have a clear call to action either. And sometimes the best way to sell SEO is by not saying the word SEO, that I've found, because businesses understand, in this case, businesses understand getting more customers, but you have to understand that there's a big stigma of a whole lot of people, including scammers, that sell SEO, and it's very ambiguous. All these people out there selling SEO, it's so ambiguous. So just in that space, I wouldn't even use the word SEO on the lander if it was mine. Nonetheless, now that I have rambled for 18 minutes, if you made it this far, congratulations, and I hope that helps.
All right, that's the end of this video. I will be seeing you in the next part of the checklist, and make sure you let us know if you got to the end of this video and post a daily win inside of our group and let us know.